Hello, my lovelies. Welcome to today's Human Music live stream. And we did pretty good last week. I hope you had a chance to join and check it out. My intention was to do something simple and easy and quick. So I chose a genre that I am fairly well versed in, which is funk music. But then, as it turned out, I ended up using three live streams, a total of 9 hours, more or less, to finish that song. I hadn't taken into account the fact that there's a lot of musicians on stage playing P-Funk kind of music, and the kind of vibe I was going for was, that chaotic thing of like a ton of musicians funking out on stage, and that just takes a lot of time. Takes a lot of time because it's a lot of overdubs, a lot of fixing little details, a lot of learning little riffs that one instrument did, and then I wanted to repeat with another. Lots of trial and error. So yeah, so it was much more time consuming than I had initially anticipated, but I'm pretty happy with the results. You can go back and watch the last one from last week to hear how the more or less the final result. Excuse me, my morning orange juice. How the final result turned out, and I was pretty happy with it. My friend Pete told me that I probably got as close as a single person can get to the neighborhood of a P-Funk kind of a vibe, which I thought was a very high compliment, right? Because you can't expect to sound like P-Funk as a single person producing, composing, but you can have fun trying, and you can get a pretty cool result in the end anyway, right? The point isn't to compare with the inspiration, just to take that inspiration and run with it and create something interesting, unique, cool. So today, I thought I'd do another genre of music that I have a pretty decent grasp of. I've done a few of these for the libraries over the years. Mainly, I've worked with the U2 Audio Library and the Facebook Sound Collection, and I really have a lot of fun doing reggae music. So I don't have a lot of time again today. So this is probably going to be just the start of a reggae tune. So first, we're going to start by opening up a Pro Tools session, um, 48 kilohertz, 24 bits, and it's the template that brings up tracks already for my drum set. So, sorry, I have to name it. So let's call it live stream reggae number one. Why is numbering these? Because they're I'm gonna write a lot of songs. This is gonna be years of my life here. So into the human music folder here, we're gonna do live stream reggae number one, and I'm sure I'll do more reggaes because there's so much variety you can find within the genre, from classic reggae, Bob Marley style, all the way to contemporary reggae. I actually really like an artist called Savannah. She's beautiful and she's got a great voice and a really, really cool production team. And it's really cool modern reggae. So I can go anywhere, in that, even dub. This is probably going to be an instrumental. I'll take lots of influence from dub. So let's stop talking so much and get started. So, what I think I'll do is maybe just come up with a loop first. So I'll go over there to the drum set and try to play a little reggae. One thing that sometimes works for me is to put something on my ears, like a classic reggae tune, play along to it. But on the other hand, lately I've been enjoying letting myself as a drummer be the clock, be the moving force, the source of tempo, the source of groove. So when I play along with a recording or with a metronome or with the guide track, I end up putting myself more in the following role rather than the leading role. And there's something to be said for the drummer being the rhythm leader in a band. And it might be a subtle thing. I know that really highly professional drummers can play to a metronome, and still it'll feel like they're leading, right? But I'm not that good a drummer yet. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play the drums freely. And again, I've been doing a lot of these songs with no metronome. However, since we will probably end up using a loop in this song, that'll mean that in this case I will indeed have a click, which could make things easier in production sense. Okay, let's group the drums here. We'll create a drum group called drums. Um, and we'll go ahead and hang a reverb in the drum reverb slot here. Valhalla Vintage Reverb. Always use this one. We'll leave it with the preset that comes, which is pretty good. Um, just make sure that we have phantom power on. Turn my speakers off here. Oh, that knob is noisy. All right, and we can bring the GoPro camera over near the drums so you can see me a little more close up as I try to perform a little reggae here. I'm Brazilian, living in Mexico, so not quite Jamaican. Um, but hey, music is international, universal language. I've seen Japanese bands play salsa with impeccable authenticity. So there's no cultural appropriation here, only cultural appreciation. Deep love for the music. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off my voice microphone here so that you don't hear the drums through this, 'cause it sounds really bombastic if you do. So you won't hear me talking for a minute. All right, since this is a loop, we don't need to play a whole lot. Just needed to feel like I got one nice uh, bar there. Anybody here? Please say hi if you're in the chat. I'd love to interact with my viewers. Right, let's get these all out of record enable, because that will allow the trim plugin that I have on my floor tom mic here to engage, and that one's just inverting the phase, because that microphone is opposite in polarity to the other microphones. We can also kind of do a little pre-mixing here. All right. I don't know. Maybe I should have played a little more. Hold on. Yeah, I think I need to record a wee bit more, a little longer. Let's do that. Maybe we'll open a playlist here. Dun, 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 dun. I think I have we're jamming from Bob Marley in my head. I wanna jam it with you. Whoa, whoa, bam, Zion. Yeah, that's a good. All right, maybe that'll do. Maybe I got a little more in the vibe there this time. I used the cross stick instead. Oh, I never took the GoPro over there. It's okay. I guess you could still see me in the lower camera here, even though from a little far away. Keep forgetting this camera right here. It's supposed to be the instrument cam, the one that I move around as I play different instruments. All right, no big deal though. get the yeah the difficulty here and find if I need the one, right, because I'm not playing on the one. This is a two drop beat, so there's actually no note on the one. All right, this is probably as good as I'm gonna get a loop for now. Now we need to find the BPM. So let's just fine tune the loop, make sure that it's I think it's a little bit starting a little early, maybe perhaps. Let's try this. Yeah, that feels a little better. Okay, so now we're going to use the Pro Tools identify beat, um, which is Command 1, right? And we're going to tell Pro Tools that this loop is starting on bar 1, beat 1, and it's ending on bar 3, beat 1, right? Because it's a 2-bar phrase. So let's do that. And choose bars and beats here. And nothing's lining up. Nothing's lining up. And it's giving me a 125.26 BPM. So I probably didn't quite nail the edit, right? Let's choose. So here's what we can try. If the loop felt okay, maybe it was okay, but it wasn't. It just wasn't starting. On the one. But if I move everything, then it starts to line up. See that? So that means maybe I should just edit it to the grid, and now everything seems to line up. So let's see. Aha. So if I turn on the metronome now, it should line up. So let's see. Pretty close. Only this hit right here is a little early. So what if I just fix that, right? So I don't need to quantize the whole thing because that'll lose most of my human imperfection, human touch. But we also don't want it to be sloppy, right? Not too sloppy anyway. So let's just fix that one hit that seems to be a little too far off. And turn on the click. All right, and I've spent a little time with this because after all, this is going to be our metronome for the entire song. We do want it to be good and groovy and funky and feel nice to play over. Okay. So now we can duplicate it, right? Well, first what I did, I didn't mention it. I consolidated it. I used the Shift Option 3 option here on Pro Tools, which is the same as when you come here and do consolidate clip. See? Shift Command Option, no, Command Shift 3, right? And that creates a nice little Lego block that's precisely 2 bars long. And now I can duplicate it. Here's another trick. Once you duplicate it a few times, you can hold Shift and press Enter on on the keyboard. See? Hold Shift, and then it'll select everything behind the cursor. Because if I press just Enter, the cursor will go to the beginning. If I hold Shift, it'll go to the beginning and selecting everything, and then I can just Command D, which is duplicate, from there. Now I've duplicated the whole thing. Instead of going bar by bar, right? Now, this is already 3 minutes and 25 seconds, which is close to how long I need it to be. I like to work with about 4 minutes and then eventually maybe cut it down to 3.5 minutes, which is like pretty much the usual length for these things. In fact, if I can, I like to make it 3:33. I have an affinity for the number 3:33. Is anybody here today? Anybody watching? Please say hi in the chat if you are. It would be nice to see who's around here. All right, so I've got this beat now. You can turn off the click. We don't need it anymore. Now we can do guitar, we can do keys, we can do the bass. Maybe I'll just start with the bass, right? And today I have my lovely, the newest addition to the collection, which is my Yamaha BB. It's got this beautiful indigo blue finish. It's kind of dark here, so it looks black, but trust me, it is blue. Here it is. This is currently my favorite 4-string bass, my favorite more like classic Fender-ish. It's not a Fender, but it's Fender-ish, right? Because it's got, the pick guard, kind of classic wood, 4-string neck, rosewood. And the pickups are a PJ configuration, so precision, jazz, right? And it's active, but I can use it in passive mode. It's got active passive switch here. It's just a lovely, lovely bass that I've been enjoying. It's the one I've been practicing on pretty much all the time. And so it's also the one I'm most comfortable in at the moment. I'm developing rough calluses again. I've been practicing hours a day on the bass, as I haven't since I was a little boy. And not that little. I was like 16 when I really got into bass. And oh no, I left my transmitter on, so the battery's drained. So that means we're going to plug straight in here. I have this pedal table over here where I do my little pre-processing signal chain, and today we're going to use my very simplified. So it's the bass compressor going into the JHS pedal box, color box, which has been my favorite pedal lately. It simulates the channel strip from an old Neve console. So it's like recording the line in from a Node classic board. And that's what we're going to be doing, but we will be using a compressor. Right? I'm going to use my A-B switch here because that'll allow me to eventually, when I record guitar, go into another chain that includes the HX Stomp pedal. The HX Stomp has really nice amp simulations. Wow, yeah, it sounds really nice. I'm really loving this signal chain. not using amp sims for the bass at all. I'm going for that bass line in sound, which a lot of classic studio recordings. Oh my god, my tuner was in 442. That means less things I've recorded were a little high. Gotta watch out with this tuner. It's got this calibration feature, and it's right under the standby. Gracias, Mari. Mari has just brought over my mate, which is what it's my fuel for these live streams. And we're at 11:28 here in Mexico City. So that means I have probably about half an hour before my friend Carlos shows up, and we're gonna work on the project we have going on. A duo project, kind of alternative electronic music. That's gonna be fun. But in the meantime, I'll try to get some of this reggae down. There you go. I have a pretty decent sounding bass line already going on here. Do we want it to be in C? Why not? So what are we using for pickups here? So this is the pickup select potentiometer here. And right now we're using both pickups equally. So it's the P and the J. Sounds nice. And we're also using the bass in passive mode. We're bypassing the built-in preamp. Now let's try something different. Let's turn on the preamp. See, already we get a little boosted, more modern sound. And turn down the highs. One option is to use only the P pickup. Yeah, this sounds more like a P bass, and therefore more classic, more old school, perhaps. But I don't know. This is nice, but I don't know. I think I like the What do y'all think? Anybody here in the chat willing to chime in and tell me if I should use the PJ or just the P? Or even just the J? Or if I do use just the J, I probably want to boost. Oh, it's already boosted. No, definitely not the J. Definitely not the J. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with PJ. I'm feeling it. That's what I'm feeling. So let's do it. Hey guys and gals, who's here today? Nobody said a word in the chat. Come on. Say hi to me. All right. We need to open a track for the bass. Right. And the input is A.4. A in 4. Chord enable. Also, we want low latency monitoring and no delay compensation. Okay. Let's just record some ideas here. I missed the. Should have added one little beat at the end there, but let's see if I how far I got off of it in one bar. Yeah, pretty far actually. There we go. Fixed it. All right. I think that's okay, and if I like this take already, I have a form, I have a structure. I have an A section, B section goes to the 4. There's a little bridge there that I did, and all of this with just the bass, right? Um, without defining the harmony yet. However, the bass does kind of define the harmony. You kind of, I guess I could use major or minor chords still, but it'll kind of be obvious when I pull out the guitar. And for the guitar today, I brought out. See, every day I put a different set of instruments in this 3 stand here. Sometimes 3, sometimes just 2. Today I have just 2, and this is a venerable Gibson Les Paul guitar I have here right now. So, which is what Bob Marley used to use. It's kind of a nod to the master. However, we will A/B this to the other chain where I have the HX Stomp. The HX Stomp is a complete solution for the guitar or the bass that has all the pedals you could possibly want, plus the amp simulations. So it does everything. And let's turn up the volume here. These are going into 6, 5, and 6. Why am I not quite getting a sound? Well, it's in the input here. Change presets. Volume. There you go. There's the volume. And I have the Strymon Night Sky here, which is a really nice reverb. loving the mahogany neck on this old Gibson. It's not so old. It's like a 2017, I think. Let's tune it up. Volumes are up, tones are up. This thing came with those robo tuners. Did y'all know that at some point Gibson was making robotic tuners on a lot of their guitars as a way to innovate? And those tuners had like piezo pickups in them that detected the tuning and then controlled the servo motors that turned the tuning machines until the guitar was in tune. And it's pretty handy, actually. It worked really well. You just like strum the guitar and you watch how the tuners would like just move around and tune it up. And you could even program different tunings. And especially useful for that, if you were playing like in a band where you need to use different alternative tunings for different songs. That could be super useful. However, at some point the battery ran out and I realized that thing used a bespoke adapter. Couldn't just plug in any old adapter to recharge the battery. And I went online and saw that the adapter it used was pretty expensive. It was coming. The only place I found was in England. And I started to feel like, wow, why do I want to depend on this, electronic thing? So I went old school and just spent the money I would have spent on the adapter on new tuners for it. Nice, good old school hand operated tuners. All right, let's have a look at some presets here. Some bass presets, some guitar. Weird. Some of these don't sound like they're doing anything. Clean start. Weird. Like a delay. Direct stereo bloom. We want something simple. Something clean and simple, right? Definitely not that. That'll be nice for when I do like a reggae song or rock song, right? Hey there, anybody here today? That's nice for some ambient stuff. This is called Pop My Punk. I like it for kind of like pop punk. Nice. nice in stereo. Oh, this one sounds nice. It's called Sultan, so I guess it's like Mark Knopfler inspired. Sultans of Swing, probably what they mean, right? These preset names usually try to, sound like what inspired them initially. So here we have. This is just a nice amp sound. So let's see what I can come up with here. We're going to open the stereo track this time because the output from something's biting my neck here. Guitar strap, necklace, microphone cord, too many things. The output of the HX Stomp is stereo. So that reverb, the little tiny bit of reverb that we're getting there, it's a stereo reverb, so we might as well record in stereo. So we're going to call this guitar 1, because we might do a second guitar, who knows. And the inputs are 5 and 6 on my ADAT expansion interface. So ADAT 5 and 6 here. And let's see what we can come up with. The action is a little high on this. I'm not great at setting up Gibsons. I've always been more of a Fender guy. And this thing has a whole bunch of extra, like bridge things and nut things that you should, besides just the truss rod and pickup height. It's okay, it's playable. It's got flats on too, flat bone strings. For more of a jazzy sound. Oh, yeah, something's really hurting my neck. Nobody here? Come on, folks. I've been here for 50 minutes now and nobody's even said hi. Come on. Don't leave me hanging. Okay, let's see what we come up with that over that bass line. So I'm basically so it's a C, A flat, G. So we'll try it by parts, right? So when it changes to the B section, I'll probably miss that change. Figure some, stop recording, figure out what I'll do there, and then punch in. It's the headset cable that's getting. I'm gonna put on the guitar first, and then the headset. There we go. So I have a few options for the C. I think I want it to be a C minor. And it can be dominant, but it can be just this like plain bar dominant chord here, or it can be this like nice little jazzy 13 voicing. I've used this in songs before. It's very same progression actually. It's pretty much the same as. I can also use my fingers versus the pick. I'm liking the pick for this. Let's do it. I probably only have about 6 minutes left, so. Now that's sounding too much like my song Meninalada, because I'm using the exact same voicings. It might be in the same key. No, it's a different key. But so I'm gonna do different. Yeah, that'll make it. Cause that thing was a reggae too, the other song. So yeah, gotta watch out so you don't repeat yourself, folks. Okay, up to there, I think I did okay. Let's hear. I think I can do it cleaner. Or I can just do the straight, the standard kind of the dominant chords here. Yeah, I think that'll work better. So then it goes to the F here. And it goes, this is such a heavy guitar. I'm not used to playing Gibsons. Oh, now I pulled the cable out. Let's put it under the strap. I'm suffering with the Les Paul here. I'm not a Les Paul guy. I'm just trying to be like Bob. Alright, let's try something for the B section here. Maybe instead of the chord here, I should do right, just do like the octaves. Let's see. Yeah, we should definitely. Maybe the second guitar can do that, but I should do the chords on this. That kind of does the job, I think, for the B section here. Let's just fix the punch. And then here it goes back to the A section. Let's just take it from there. Yeah, I think I'll double the bass with another guitar after this. It'd be nice. The bass is doing some cool lines. And there's this little bridge here. So hold on. So it's going. Dun, 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 dun. So. So what's going to work over that? Let's see. For the B section. No, C section, right? More like a bridge. Just going up in whole steps. We'll do this minor. Let's try that. Changes here. Changes here. Let's see. Down here, dun, 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 dun. Like on the A section. And it goes to the F. All right, and then probably back to the G. No, not really. Let's cut this part here and let's listen to what the bass is doing. It's like an F minor though. Yeah, I think it does kind of imply the G. Let's see. leave the no chord there. Just let it the bass and the second guitar do the line. All right. So it goes to the B section again. Oh, it looks like, did I play a major here? No, it's minor. And we'll come up to the high F like we did the first time. It's just the G dominant here. And we go back to the A. Back to the AA, as they would say in Canada. It ends there. I don't know. I didn't perform this the best that I could have, but we can fix little things in the edit. Let me just have a quick look. Carlos is supposed to have arrived by now. I'm gonna look at the window If his car is not there, then we're going to continue until he does get here. All right. No, Carlos's car is not here. So we can keep going for a little while until he does show up. Oh, sorry. I hate it when that happens. I just bump this headset mic into things and startle you folks with crazy noises. Anybody here? Anybody watching? Let me have a look. I'm going to go into my YouTube and see how many people are watching right now, if any. I'm live, right? 2 people are watching. Okay, that's better than nothing. Thanks, 2 people who are watching. I do have over 180,000 subscribers. No, hold on. Somebody's calling me. I'm going to turn off the mic here for a second. That was the this little dog cleaning truck. It's going to show up here in a few minutes because I have 6 dogs, 6 female dogs that need baths. So I don't take them because that's too many dogs. So I have them come to my house and help me out. That's them right there. This is the truck here. Yeah, I'll just keep my eye out for when the dog washing truck shows up. You know, maybe for the doubling the bass. Maybe we'll use a clavinet instead of a second guitar. That'll be an interesting new texture to use. I'm also going to put a plug-in on the bass here. Let's tame those ultra lows there. And also the highs, and give it a little bit of compression. I can turn it a little bit down relative to the drums, right? Oh, let's give that snare a little bit of reverb too. Why not do the same to the overheads? All right, let's change this to a fat drums plate. There we go. Sounds nice, right? Maybe we'll make the kick drum a little snappier too. Let's hear just the kick. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. Now let's find the clav sound here. Oh, this is nice actually. This is a CP80. CP80 is an electric piano. This one's called CP80 Dirty Funk. It's got kind of a Namsin distortion kind of a vibe. Kind of sounds like a clav, but it's a little different, which is nice. So I'm gonna use it, I think. So let's do stereo audio track. We're gonna call it CP80. This, by the way, is my Yamaha CK61 stage piano, stage keyboard, which is like a po man's Nord, and I'm super in love with it. It sounds great, feels great. It's pretty lightweight, has its own speakers for when you want to just practice or play it play along with the guitar, like acoustic guitar or something. It runs on batteries too if you need to take it to a bonfire, perhaps. Okay, and the input is A 7 and 8. Okay. Hey, who's here? Say hi. I see that 4 people are watching me right now. Say hi in the chat, folks. And we'll record enable that track. Now, this is going to be a little tricky because I pretty much improvised the bass line and we want to double it. Now, there are a couple of things that I can do this, a couple ways I can do this. Now, Pro Tools, I think, can extract the MIDI to a new track. This is interesting. Right? We can do, because that'll save me having to actually like learn it and play it. So the way that we need to do this, I need to run I can run a USB cable to the Yamaha, but guess what? It adds a little noise, little like most MIDI USB things are not great. So another thing that I can do is run a MIDI cable from the back of my interface into the back of the Yamaha, because it does have standard MIDI input as well. And that, folks, the good old 5-pin DIN, whatever they call it, MIDI connector from way back in the day. Thank you, Dave, and all the other pioneers, MIDI pioneers. They made it so that that isn't the problem. There is no audible audio. What's making this noise? Something is like, and I'll use the output of my PreSonus audio interface, MIDI output from it, into my keyboard. And let's test that idea. Because that will, in theory, that'll. What? What happened here? Oh, it looks like I might have messed with the. I might have messed with the USB connection of my by mistake as I was plugging in the MIDI cable. I might have screwed around with the USB there, and Pro Tools no longer recognized my audio interface. So we're gonna start it again. The audio interface seems to be on. USB light is on. So we're just gonna open it up again. And we'll send the MIDI that it just generated, right, using the Melodyne. I'm gonna open recent, live stream reggae. How many songs do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, these are my recents though. They're not all of the songs that I've done in these live streams so far. Okay, so now we're gonna send, we have to route the MIDI to the Studio 1824C, which is my audio interface. Well, seems to have done a fairly decent job of, but the articulation, I mean, the notes are all too long. So let's see. No, I don't want it here. I want to open MIDI editor. We're going to select all of the MIDI notes, and then we're going to use the trimmer tool to make them all shorter. So we're going to go into slip mode there and just make all these notes shorter. Like that. Cool. Now we're going to bring them all up up the octave. So event operations, transpose. Oh, my GoPro. I think the battery's running out. Let me plug it in. GoPro battery is running out probably. I'm going to plug it in to the USB power supply. There you go. Okay. So now we're going to transpose by 1 octave. Apply. All right. Now let's listen to that. Yeah, beginning doesn't seem to have quite picked up what the bass line's actually doing. Let's have a quick look. So we're going to change to notes here. Can we? Notes. So we can edit these notes if needed right on. And we don't need this thing. I don't want to see the editor here. MIDI editor. There we go. So now we can see the notes right here. Can I zoom? I wonder if I could zoom this to just the. What is this for? This plus. Add a marker. What is this thing? Doesn't say. All right. Let's just solo the bass. All right. We don't need this, right? That's the bass like slide in. And right. This second note, this note that I just fixed, it's not what I right down. And it's supposed to be way shorter. So that's something Melodyne just screwed up there. Hmm. Right, so let's just listen to the piano and bass together. There's a couple of notes like that are just, I think they're ghost notes that I played that Pro Tools recognizes actual notes. Maybe I want this to be even higher in pitch. Let's go back to event operations transpose, and go up one more octave. High. Right, let's go back to the beginning here. I don't know. I'm just testing an idea here, folks. Um, Normally I would just play this, and I probably should. It'll probably sound better. Um, you know. Also, the velocity. Let's have a look at the velocity here. So we're going to open this in the editor. Open in the MIDI editor. Change this to watch velocity. And I think I want less variation in the velocity of the keyboard part. Right? So we're just going to bring everybody up to pretty high. Like this, set velocity. Huh. Suddenly didn't make a sound. Oh, right, because it's not soloed. Maybe there's like a velocity compression thing. Let's have a look at event operations. Change velocity. Yeah, we can. Oh, yeah, my friend Carlos is here. So I think we're gonna have to end for today, folks. Let's just do this. Set all to? No. Scale by or limit? I don't know. Which one of these would... I just want to change, like lessen the variation, right? Change smoothly or set all to... Let's just set all of them to one velocity. There you go. All right, let's listen to the whole thing. I think this was a worthwhile investigation, but I'm probably gonna have to do this the old school way, which is to actually perform, like a real musician instead of a computer programmer. That's kind of the point here, right? Humanmusic.org. I mean, it doesn't mean we won't ever use computer um, aid for certain tasks, but I think for performing an instrument, we're probably gonna want to just play it. Actually, it doesn't sound too bad. When you hit the cross stick on the rim of your snare drum, like this, plack, this is called either a cross stick or a rim knock. A rim, and most people call that a rim shot, but a rim shot is actually when you hit the snare drum full on, but you're hitting the head and the rim at the same time, so it's creating kind of a fulcrum, and that's making it even louder than a normal snare hit. Like when you just hit the snare in the middle, it sounds pretty loud. When you do a rim shot, that's the funk, that's the snap, the really loud rock or funk snap snare sound. So people are calling rim shots a whole bunch of other things that aren't that. For example, the rim knock or the cross stick sound. That's just a click. That's what you use in bossa nova, for example, and that's what I'm using here. I'm just knocking on the rim of the snare while holding the stick on the head. I'm doing this, right? And other people call rim shot like that funny drum fill that drummers do in comedy, when you for the punchline, to accentuate the punchline. Where's my rim shot? That's not a rim shot either. That's just a drum fill, right? They should just call it a drum fill, but whatever, language is what it is. People use it, and I'm probably wrong because what is used is what the majority uses is the rule. But anyway, end of rant. Sorry about that. It's not what this stream is about. This is about this reggae tune that I'm writing here. So I did a loop, and then I measured the BPM to set the song to a grid, right? Then I did a bass, part. I improvised it. I used my brand new Yamaha BB 734A bass it's my favorite bass right now. Going through the JHS color box and the MXR bass compressor. So very minimal processing. It's pretty much just the sound of the bass with a tiny bit of EQ and compression. But then I EQ'd it a little more and compressed it a little more. So I have, I'm giving it a little dip on the mids here, cutting out a little bit of the low, and cutting out some of the highs as well to make it just a nice round reggae tone, and a little bit of modern punch compression here from the Neutron plugin. All right. Hey, is anybody here? If they are, please say hi in the chat. There's a chat on the live streams. Don't be shy. I love interacting with my audience, so I love to see anybody come in here and say hello. Now, once I did this, I thought, why not a guitar, right? So I picked up my Gibson Les Paul, which is what Bob Marley used to use. So it's a little nod to Bob here. I used my HX Stomp pedal, and I found a preset which was actually like the Mark Knopfler Sultans of Swing sound, but it happened to work pretty well for this. It's just a clean amp. That's what we're hearing here. We're hearing the Les Paul going through a clean amp emulation with a little bit of reverb. Could probably use a little bit of compression too, and I like to use the Renaissance Axe for guitars. It's made for that, so it's optimized. So pretty much just a one knob compressor here, right? Just pull the threshold down and you're done. I do have an attack parameter here, but I normally don't mess with that. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, folks. That was my wife. Good news, good news. She's gonna be able to go get the kids, well, at least one of the kids, at school. Uh, so that means I can do a little bit longer stream than I was imagining. I thought I was gonna be cut short in about an hour, but it turns out I can continue working for a while. So cool. So all right, where were we? We were listening to the guitar, right? Compressing it a little bit. Nice. I like it. Sounds really nice. And then I had this idea of the clavinet or some kind of electric piano. And over here I have my trusty Yamaha CK61. And I had found this sound here called funky something or other, dirty funk. It's a CP80 sound, which is a Yamaha electric piano, an electric grand piano. And it's got some dirt to it, which I thought was a nice alternative to a clavinet. Like, most people associate the clavinet with reggae, because that was used a lot in the British studios when Bob went over there to record. And I thought, yeah, that's maybe a cliche. Why don't I use a similar sound? And then I thought, oh, it'd be nice if this doubled the bass. And then I got lazy and I said, oh, there's a function now where I can use Pro Tools to generate a MIDI file based on audio. So based on the bass track, I generated this MIDI of the clavinet, MIDI of the bass part, and then I shortened the notes and transposed them up an octave or two. And guess what? I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I think that, and that just goes to prove my point even further of human music, of humans playing music and using as little automation and artificial intelligence or anything like that as possible. Do it, artisanal style. Because yeah, just didn't work out. It sounded like the bass had a clav effect to it or something. It didn't sound like a clav player, like a keyboard player playing along with the bass. So I decided against it. And right now I don't even have that MIDI cable plugged in. Let me see. Here it is. Let me quickly show you to illustrate my point. Just gonna plug the MIDI cable here. And I'm using standard MIDI instead of USB because whenever I plug USB cable and audio cable to almost any of my keyboards here, you get this. It's not that loud. It's probably acceptable, but I don't like it. You got this little whine. And I guess if it adds up, if you start recording a whole bunch of keys with USB, eventually you start to hear that in the mix. So I use good old 5-pin MIDI DIN. And so let's solo that. See, it's not horrible, but I don't love it. I don't love it. I think I'd much rather instead just record and not necessarily every phrase either, you know? Just kind of like as I listen to the bass, kind of figure out um, parts to double, and maybe not all of it is doubled. Some of it um, can be chords, you know. So why don't I do that? I think that would be the next step. We already have a drum loop, right? I'm gonna re-record the drums at some point. And by the way, I can prepare that too. The way I'll prepare for it is I'll record just a stereo of this drum loop to continue working as a metronome. So I'm going to open a stereo audio track here called loop. I'm going to route my sub drum channel. So all the drums are routed to one stereo auxiliary channel over here. And I have the output of it is going to my normal speakers, right? But I can open a send here and send that to the loop. And, you know, if I hit option and click, hold option and click on the fader, it jumps to the 0 value there, so unity gain. And then I can set the drum loop track to record. Record, enable it. Let's record, disable the bass here, bass MIDI. And now I can record just a single bar. Right? So it is a single bar drum loop. So let's hear that. Right? And now I can just cut it at the 2-bar point, so it's exactly 2 bars long. Use the trim function here, which is Command T on Pro Tools. It'll just throw out anything that's not inside my selection. So I used in grid mode, selected 2 bars, Command T threw out everything. Now I can use Command D to duplicate that loop, right? In fact, I can use Shift and Return to select everything behind my selection, and then I can be quicker with filling out the entire song. In fact, I did it a little long. It's okay though. And now I can choose a new playlist for the drums here. That way I don't have to start a whole new set of 8 tracks for the drums. See, my loop is in its own stereo channel here, and I've freed up my drum tracks so that I can record a proper drum take where I'll do fills and variations and things like that. And I'll probably also make mistakes and timing errors. So it's a lot more work to do it that way. For me, if I was a better drummer, I'd probably just nail it, you know. But I'm still learning as a drummer. Even though I'm turning 50 this year, I'm still learning a lot of things. Triunfo TV. Olá, amigo Quincas Moreira. Muita inspiração para você e sucesso sempre. Obrigado, Triunfo TV. Triunfo TV from Brazil has written me a very nice message, wishing me inspiration and success. Thank you very much. So now we have, right, that loop is on its own stereo track here. We don't have the bass, we have the little guitar, and I could go ahead and do the. Yeah, I'll do like something similar to what the bass is doing, but not exactly. So let's try that. We'll set that to record enable that. We don't need to be soloing anything right now. Um, mhm. Oh, guess what? That didn't record. You know why that didn't record? Because I've only connected the MIDI output from my interface to the MIDI input of the keyboard. So I'm not sending the computer any MIDI, right? For that, I would need to either connect another MIDI cable and then turn off local off, right? So that the keyboard is sending the data to the computer, but it's not directly triggering the keyboard itself. And then the computer is recording that MIDI and sending it back and triggering the keyboard. I know this might be a little complicated if you're a newbie with the MIDI. And that's complex. So it's probably just easier for me to just plug in the USB cable at this point. And what I'll do, oh, sorry about that. And what I'll do is I will pull out the USB cable and plug the standard MIDI cable back in once I've created the MIDI recording. Although right now I don't really hear that USB buzz at all. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not hearing it. And I am seeing MIDI activity on my screen. Huh. Nice. Nice. We may, something might have happened differently here about how things are connected. And I can probably forego the standard MIDI cable. Hey, Breeze. Good to see you here again, buddy. Doing a reggae tune today. So if you just joined, I'm going to give you a quick recap. I had tried to use the new Pro Tools feature that uses Melodyne to transform a audio into MIDI. And I transformed my bass line into a MIDI file that I was then using to trigger this CP80, this dirty electric grand piano sound to double the bass with, and I didn't like it. I thought it sounded too artificial. It sounded more like applying an effect to the bass rather than, a musician playing along with the bass. So I gave up on that idea, and I'm now trying to just record a keyboard part that kind of follows the bass, complements it, and maybe it sometimes deviates from it, you know, and just be more and not be lazy and be truly a human musician here, as is my brand. So that's what I'm doing. And then I have a new toy that just came in from Amazon. Here's a sneak preview of the new toy here. No, I'm not gonna spoil it yet. You will see what it is. Um, but first, let's record this electric piano part to go along with the bass. I've already done the Les Paul guitar sound, which is what Bob Marley would have used. He used the Les Paul, and I happen to have one. So, all right. So now let's do this keyboard part. Okay, so cool. I like this so far. And today I'm being a little more modern than my usual methods. I'm actually recording the MIDI first before the audio, right? Since this song is on the grid, because I used a loop, I recorded the drum loop first. I have to assign the MIDI output to the CK series port 1 channel 1 here. And what this will allow me to do is if I have like a note that's too long or the velocity is too loud or I play the wrong note, it allows me to do these little fixes in the MIDI domain before I then record the audio from the keyboard. And I can also try different sounds. Like once I've done it, I can change it to the clavinet sound, for example. And if I feel like it definitely sounds better with a clavinet, then I can record that instead of the electric piano. So there are some advantages to using MIDI. Oh, you have a transverse flute that came in a similar bag. Cool. I have a transverse flute too, which I usually use mostly for effects and stuff because I'm not a very good flute player, unless it's in C, like I can kind of play some melodies in C. But yeah, I'm an instrument collector and I'm cheeky enough that I don't mind playing instruments I don't know how to play and then like just trying to make them sound musical and edit and fix them. That's kind of my superpower, my lack of being embarrassed. Anyway. Here's the B section. You know what? I might as well mark it. So function return B, right? Put a little marker on there. Helps me like find myself in the song, right? So this is the first B section, and we're gonna here it goes to the 4 chord, I think. So yeah, so I'm normally in C. Yeah, I do that a lot, folks. A lot of people do that a lot. It's like the normal thing. B section, go to the 4 chord. You know, I'm not being very original here today, but I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to be idiomatic. I'm trying to do something that will be recognizable as a reggae, maybe one that people will probably think already existed. That's like a high compliment for me if somebody hears a song of mine and says, "But didn't this already exist before?" Without it being a plagiarism, right? Without directly copying a song. If I'm able to capture the vibe of an original style enough um, that people think they've heard it before, that's high compliment for me. Bree says he bets he can play. I can play the flute. No, no, man. That you have to learn fingerings and stuff. I can kind of play it okay. Like I get a decent sound out of my embouchure, and and like the standard scale that you can play without using any alternate fingerings. So that's probably. I think my flute's in C. So yeah, if it's something in C major, I can get away with it. In other keys, what I can usually do is figure out just a simple phrase, like figure out the fingering for something simple that I want to do with it, practice that for a little bit, and then perform that. Part of a section, for example, if I play a little saxophone, trombone, and flute, I can do little simple things like that. But I couldn't do a nice flute solo in any key or anything like that. Anyway, let's continue. Here we go. Well, here. Well, I think there was one note that I didn't like, so let's listen to that. And then at the end, I think I went to the B when it wasn't the B. It was a different section, like a bridge, I think. Hey, Breeze, thank you so much for sharing my live stream at your Discord. That would be great to have more people join in. Makes this way more fun for me. I gave up. I started feeling so unmotivated and procrastinating and starting getting really behind on my backlog of videos to make because I was just not enjoying like doing videos by myself anymore. So live streaming has become the solution for me to create content. Sometimes I will include gear, for example, and then my assistant will edit that into a video. But doing live stream, I enjoy. It's fun for me. It's fun to hang out and share with people my process and compose without being all alone, talking to nobody. All right, so thanks again for sharing. This note. This note right here, that's the note I don't like. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, that works. And here I thought I was going to the fourth chord again. Let's mark this as C section, because here, so here what I'm doing is the A flat, so that's the minor sixth from the, 'cause I'm in C minor most of it. Then six, and then five, right? But here I'm going six, and then seven, minor seven, and then back to the C. Yeah, that's cool. Like do a little arpeggio there. So let's try that. Oh, that's different. Something different happened there. So let's fix. I think I did play one wrong note, and then we'll see what happened afterwards. I improvised this bass line, folks, so I don't remember everything I did. See, and now that I'm playing and performing the keys rather than letting like MIDI, copying the MIDI of the bass, I'm creating like little counter melodies and moments where I play chords instead, so much more interesting. The keyboard is becoming its own part, and little melodies are arising from it, just naturally from just playing. See, again, I just fixed this note. I was like, oh, this is off the grid. And then when I fixed it, it didn't sound good. So sometimes, it's nice to leave the humanity, leave the little mistakes. They're not mistakes, they're interpretation. Here we go. This is the wrong note. I hit two notes by mistake when I meant to hit just one. Breeze is asking me, she's saying the bass line is very good, and he's asking me what type of bass did I use. This is my new bass, Breeze. It's the Yamaha BB734A, which is a brand new bass from Yamaha. It's an active PJ style 4-string bass. I would show you, but it's in my living room because it's the bass I'm practicing with. So when I leave the studio, I take it to the house with me. And it's not far away. I could run over there and get it, but I'll show it to you some other time. It's my favorite bass right now. It's really classic looking indigo blue finish. Uh, it looks like a Fender kind of bass, but it's not. It's a Yamaha, and actually Yamaha is beating Fender these days, in my opinion. It has some really nice features like the active preamp, the through body strings at an angle. They go in like a 45-degree angle from the back of the instrument instead of the normal 90-degree. And it has a bunch of things. It's a really great sounding bass. Check it out. Yeah, it's my favorite right now. And I have like 6-string fretless basses and things, fancy stuff like that, handmade. And I'm loving the factory Yamaha more these days. And I use the MXR bass compressor pedal through the JHX color box, which is the JHX color box is a pedal. Color box is basically the circuit of an old Neve preamp. So it's like recording the bass straight into an old Neve console. So there's no amp simulation going on here. It's just the sound of the bass. Yeah, you love Yamaha stuff, so do I, obviously. I have my Yamaha keyboard here. My drum set is a Yamaha Stage Custom. My old stuff, I have a Yamaha TG33 that I love to use. Yeah, I've been a fan of Yamaha my whole life. My first two keyboards when I was a teenager were also Yamahas. So I have lots of love and loyalty to the brand. Maybe someday they'll endorse me. That would be a dream come true. So, all right, let's continue and see what happens to the bass line here so that we can complement it with the keys. Here we go. And yeah, it goes back to the G. So it goes A flat, G, F, G, and that sets us up back to go back to the A section. So let's do that. And there's a B section again. So and so let's mark the return of the A section here. And now here, the bass does something really cool that's kind of being obscured by the keys. So let's make that keyboard note shorter. Or rather, the bass plays that note twice. See? Dun, dun, dun. And then there's this little this ghost note thing. I want that to be audible. So I'm just going to play that note again. There we go. And here, the keyboard gets a little more active. See, 'cause it makes sense as we go back to the A section for it to be a little bit more active and interesting, so that there's a growing intensity in the song, growing density in the song. Now, my surprise new instrument is going to take the lead for the most part. So I don't want this keyboard to be too protagonistic, right? So it's going right back to its supporting role of mostly complementing what the bass is doing. And here I can hear that we're going back to the 4 chord. So as we know, that is our B section. We're having another B section here. And I'll just go ahead and record. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this note because the bass did something different there. Let's see. Right, right? It didn't go to the G right away. So when I went to the G right away with the keyboard, clashed with the F from the bass. So we're gonna fix that. In fact, I can fix it by just moving it. See, that's the beauty of MIDI. Well, yeah, but then then we do want to go to the G. So I'm just gonna delete it and perform that. Sometimes it's easier than editing. Right? Oh, and this is the end of the B section. It goes to the G flat, sorry, G sharp or A flat, and ends on the 5 chord on the G. So here we don't want to go to the F. We want to go to the. There we go. Oh, the bass does. Let's do that with the keyboard too. Ah, the song ends. So let's see what the phrase the bass is doing, so we can do it together and have an actual ending. And we need to cut that drum loop, so I'm not fooled into thinking that the song continues. So we'll just cut a couple extras of the drum loop here. And here, let's listen to what the bass is doing. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we'll just end with dun, dun. Right? And even the guitar should shut up right there. Or rather, we'll take this last note here and just move it right there. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. In fact, I wanted to repeat the first note, not the second one, right? Dun, dun, dun. I'm just gonna cheat here because I don't have the bass handy. Just gonna. There you go. See, knowing when to cheat, folks. Sometimes cheating is okay. Sometimes you should do things the long way, right? And we'll fade out the guitar here too, and that gives us an ending. Kind of a trite, not very original ending. Right? it gives us an ending. There we go. We can think of ways to make this ending more interesting later with other instruments. Okay, now is the time that we've all been waiting for. It's the moment of the reveal. Moment of the reveal. What is my new toy? What has gas brought me this time? And I was thinking today about maybe doing like a hot take video. Seems like those videos get more engagement and views than actual like interesting instruction. And my hot take is that gas is good for you, right? We're always as composers and musicians, we need inspiration constantly, and we can't just wait around for inspiration. We have to go get it, go find it. Like if I have a deadline for tomorrow, or I'm doing now, where I'm doing a live stream every day. What happens if I'm not inspired a particular day? Well, you can get inspiration in many ways, and one of those ways is having a new instrument, like my new Yamaha bass, for example. It's so nice, and I don't need another bass. I have 16 bass guitars, folks. Do I need another bass? I have a jazz bass, a P bass, a Stingray, a six-string fretless, another six-string fret. I have way too many basses, more than I need. I'm an enthusiast. I'm a lover of basses. Each one has a particular characteristic or quirk that I like for certain things, different depending on what style of music I'm making. I'll go reach for one of them, right? I can rationalize and justify uh, my gear acquisition syndrome that way. But particularly this Yamaha bass that I just bought, did I need it? I could have done this song with any of my other basses. But I love it so much. It feels so good to play it and sounds so great that it's making me practice a ton. I've got calluses again, like when I was gigging, touring musician. I'm playing hours and hours a day and coming up with cool lines and having ideas for songs. So, obviously, don't spend money you don't have, don't get in debt. But if a piece of gear inspires you, if it's gonna make you get that like new instrument feeling and inspire you to create, since music is what pays the bills around here, I find myself totally justified to like give myself a new toy once in a while. And I've always been a fan of the melodica. It's an instrument that I've used for some of my songs to emulate accordion sounds because it uses reeds the same way that accordions do. The only difference is instead of using a that mechanism that creates air by pushing and pulling, in or a bagpipe is similar too. Where you're filling up a bag and then you're pressing into it, and it's a harmonica uses the same kinds of reeds as well. So this kind of sound is very useful. And since I am a keyboardist, I'm not an accordionist, I'm not a very good harmonica player, I found that the melodica is a good way to fake that kind of thing, right? And it's super expressive because, unlike most keyboard instruments, with a melodica, since you're using your wind, you can do crescendo, for example. You can be very expressive by starting a note super soft and then crescendoing it, which you can't do with a piano, or with an organ, you kind of can using the pedal, but it's so nice. Right? And at this point, I thought, you know what? I deserve something better than this plasticky old Yamaha again. Sounds great, has done the job in my life beautifully up to this point. But I thought I should get something nicer, more professional, since I'm such a fan of the melodica. Why not get like a pro melodica? So that's today's review. It's this thing over here. I got a brand new Honor, no, Suzuki, Japanese again, not a Yamaha, but a Suzuki Melodion, the Pro 37 V3, comes with this really nice case, and I haven't even played it yet. I It was waiting for me here from in an Amazon box when I got home from running some errands and stuff. And wow, here it is. Look at this beauty. This is so much more professional looking and feeling. You can feel the weight, you can feel the material. There's a little area here, a little grill where you're supposed to put the microphone. Yeah, it's a spit valve, which you don't get with the other ones, and the spit valve is actually has a little string so that it hangs on, and it's metal, and you don't lose it, right? So let's see, and the keyboards feel so nice and not sticky at all. Like the Yamaha, every time I play it, I need to like first push in the keys because they get all stuck. Right, so I'm going to use my keyboard as a stand for it here. So I turn down the volume. And, you know, in dub music is instrumental. Usually the producers of reggae music would do shows where they would use the mixing console as an instrument and just add effects and stuff. And I'm going to do that at some point here with this song. Once the most of it is composed, I'm going to use some delays and reverbs in interesting ways. But a lot of times, the melodic element in dub music is precisely the melodica. These guys would pull out a melodica and would create melodies with it to substitute the um, the vocals. So we have a mouthpiece here, a little one. We have a tube, and I think that's it. We get one small mouthpiece and one tube. Now I'm not going to use the mouthpiece because I like to play looking at the keys, right? Although it is such a nice mouthpiece, this is way nicer looking than what you get with the plastic cheap ones. Nice, cool. But we'll keep it in the case. And what a nice little nylon case I get too. I'm super chuffed, folks, with this new toy. This is going to inspire me a lot to use the melodica more. And also, my Yamaha is a little out of tune. Maybe from years of having it and being and using it, it's gone a little out of tune. So this is probably going to sound way nicer and more in tune. More responsive too. Like the Yamaha, I needed to blow it at a certain, with a certain amount of strength before I could get sound. And this one, even very softly, already responds. Ah, oh, beautiful. I love it. Oh, hi, tonal axis. Add some reverb and it's perfect. That's right. Hey, Hoofjaw. Yeah, see, Breeze, thank you so much, man. Breeze is saying that gas can be inspiration, but it can be the death of inspiration as well. I can see that point, Breeze. Like when it gets in the way of you composing, like when you feel like I need to get that other thing, I won't be able to do what I want until I have it. Yeah, then that's like the dark side of gas, right? So the bright side of gas is when getting a new toy inspires you to create new things and to engage with music and be excited like a little kid again. The dark side of it is if it becomes a condition, if you feel like you can't do, no, you can, you always can. Like I won't let it do that to me. Um, I always find a way to do what I need to do with what I have, but that won't stop me from, if I have the money, if I can afford it, without sacrificing other important things in life, to uh, gift myself nice things that will make the music making process more enjoyable and more fun for me. So that's the way that I think gas can be a good thing. Gas being gear acquisition syndrome, folks. Okay, I'm starting to get thirsty because I'm talking so much. I'm probably gonna have to go get some water at some point. So Bree says, for some reason, all the Belgium television series that deal with the time before around the war have melodica music. So I'm getting heavy nostalgia here. Cool. Yeah, fun part of doing double with delays is playing with the feedback. Hey, tone on axis. I think I'm gonna pull out the Erica Synths um, Zen delay for the dubbing here. So that's gonna be a fun part of uh, of this reggae tune. I might not finish it today though. That might be the dub part might happen tomorrow. We'll see. We're because I still have to do the drums, right? So first though we're gonna go ahead and record this beautiful new professional melodica that I have. I think I've I think I've earned the right to own a professional melodica. I've made pretty decent money with the cheap ones. You know, I have specifically a tune called Tango Mango, which is a tango tune that I wrote for the YouTube audio library, where I don't have a bandoneon, right? The traditional Argentinian accordion type instrument. So I used my cheap Yamaha Melodica to emulate that to great effect. And that song is one of my more popular songs. It gets used a lot and generates some royalties here for me. So I can consider that the cheap melodica paid for the expensive one. Right? Again, I know I'm rationalizing, folks. Just leave me alone. let me let me enjoy my nice things. Okay. So this is my Blueberry microphone. It's made in the US from Latvian parts. So way before my relationship with Erica Synths, I was already using Latvian gear. Check that out. I've had this microphone for over 20 years now. It's been my main studio microphone for a long, long time. I brought it over from Brazil when I moved to Mexico, and it's a lovely, lovely mic. And so, let me hit play to the song so y'all can hear how it's coming along. And I'll run to the house and get a glass of water and maybe bring that bass too so that Breeze can have a look. So check out how this is turning out. Nice, right? So it's coming along. Now, um, oh, now I'm out of breath. Anyway, Breeze, this is for you. This is my beautiful Yamaha BB. This is an instant classic. I know this thing. If I had to sell all my basses today, I would probably keep this one. And it would be enough for me for pretty much anything that I would ever need to do. I might want to keep a fretless too, though. And that would be the Infinity Ghost 6-string fretless handmade luthier unique one of a kind instrument that I have. Unless I really needed money, then I would sell that and just keep my Ibanez SRF 700, which is a wonderful fretless bass. Yeah, I'm loving this thing. It has these boats. It has the normal 4 boats that you would have on a neck, but it also has 2 extra ones that are at an angle. So it makes the neck joint extra sturdy. And then it has the strings through body over here. It has a battery compartment for the active circuitry, but it has an active passive switch, so I can play it passive too. And in fact, if I'm at a gig and the battery runs out, I can just flip it to passive and keep going. It's PJ configuration, so precision pickup, jazz pickup. Nice classic looking big guard. Nice rosewood fingerboard, 5-piece maple mahogany neck, and a classic kind of headstock and tuners. I ordered a tuner with a D flip switch here so that I can detune it to a D quickly. So that's going to be the only mod I'm doing to this one. Sounds wonderful. It's my favorite bass nowadays. I'm going to hang it on here. And now, let's see what you guys are saying. PJ has all bases covered, right? Yeah, because you can use just the P pickup and you get that fat Jamerson kind of sound. And then you leave just the J pickup, you get that Jocko sound. In fact, this one in particular kind of sounds like a Stingray too when you use just the bridge pickup. And then both together, you get that more modern kind of slap bass sound. Yeah, it's great. It's a great instrument. I'm in love with it. All right. So let's go ahead and open a new track here. And we'll call it the Melodica. Melodica. And this is going to be the lead melodic instrument. No pun intended. And I think my microphone's plugged into ADAT input 3. So we're going to turn that up a little bit. Phantom power is already on. Yeah, see, I'm rubbing the grill of my mic and we can hear it. So let's record some melodica, folks. Yep, you're witnessing the debut of this professional Suzuki melodica. I hadn't played a note in it until I just did just now when I pulled it out of the case. All right. Oh, I would like to hear it with reverb already, but that would imply having to use turn off non-latency and have some latency. No, never mind. I'm just gonna have to imagine the reverb. And improvise some stuff. Let's just do it. You might have to figure out a way to not turn the volume down on the CP, otherwise you won't hear it. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right about that. And in fact, I should probably hear it because it's doing some melodies. You know what I'll do then? In that case, we're gonna go ahead and turn the CP into audio, right? We're gonna record the audio from the CP80. Now, before I do that, I'm gonna quickly quickly test and see if we don't prefer a clavinet sound. So this is 2-3. Page 2, uh, sound 3 is the CP80. Let's see about a clavinet here. I think it's better, isn't it? It's more classic reggae. Um, Tono Axis is asking me what reverb I would use. Yeah, right. For if I were using hardware reverb, I could use the Night Sky, the Strymon Night Sky. It's a pedal that I have, really nice, expensive pedal with a really lush reverb. Um, if I was using a plugin, I would use the Valhalla, which I use for pretty much everything. Okay, now the clavinet is like an octave lower though. So let's just try hear it transposed up an octave. So we'll go to Event, Operations, Transpose, one octave up, apply. Now let's hear that clavinet sound up an octave. You know what? We'll keep the MIDI. If we prefer the CP later, we could do it. But for now, I'm just going to record it, the clavinet sound. It's probably going to stay. It's probably going to stay. I was trying to be a little more original and not use a clav sound on a reggae, but it's just so perfect. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to have to listen to the song, folks, because this is happening in real time. I'm using an actual hardware keyboard rather than a soft synth. So I can't just do like a commit command or something like that. So I might as well record the melodica too while I'm at it. And what I'll do is I'll just put it on the desk in front of me instead of on top of the keyboard, and we'll bring that way we'll kill two birds with one stone. I'm gonna track the clavinet MIDI and record the melodica in one single pass. All right. How does that sound for being practical in the studio? I have the Valhalla plugin, but my secret reverb sauce is the Sound Toys little plate. It sounds great on almost everything. Oh, nice. I'll look into that. I'll look into that. I'm not really like too particular about plugins. Like I'm just functional with them. I'm more particular with my hardware stuff. For the dub though, today we might use the Night Sky on one send and the Zen delay on another send, and manually, you know, improvise the sends the way a dub mixer would do it. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna record my first take of melodica along with turning the clavinet, which is now a clavinet, into an audio track. Let's do it. Sorry, I need to turn off my vocal microphone so you're not getting double the melodica. Wow, sounds so good. What a nice instrument. That was a joy. That was a joy. I think it was probably a little busy. It was a good first take. It was a good just get an idea. Let me just do that ending. What had I done for the ending? Oh, hold on. Yeah, and now we have an audio version of the clav, so we no longer need to rely on the MIDI. We can even hide and make that inactive, so it's not looking at me. And let's just do that ending with the melodica real quick. Mm. A little jazzy chord at the end there. Just plug that right after the actual ending. Right once there's reverb in there. Cool. Hoofjaw says, well played. Thank you. You just hardcore nailed it on the freaking first take. Nice. Oh, that's so nice about these real instruments. Full polyphony, almost mind blowing when you're stuck in Eurorack or even polysynths all the time. Yeah, you know, I'm a bit autistic, so I have these hyper focus periods in my life, and I hyper focused on modular for a while, and that's about half of my modular collection right there. And I became like a well-known YouTuber and everything, but to be honest, I don't define myself as a synthesist or a modular player. I consider the modular and synthesizers in general part of my sonic arsenal, so to speak. But I really love to play instruments with my hands. In fact, when I play modular, I'm always looking for like interesting tactile ways to interface with it, be it like big knobs or ribbons or joysticks or even like visual um, controllers and things like that. So yeah, I've come full circle back around to mainly the bass. I'm playing bass more than anything, and now I think I'll be playing melodica a lot too. Now that I got this beautiful professional thing. Cool. I'm not sure I nailed it on the first take because I think I played a little busy, but it does sound nice. So let's have a listen and maybe fix a few things, maybe create a few spaces, and then it's 2:30 here in Mexico City. I think I have until 3:30, so I have another hour. So maybe, just maybe, we might be able to do the dubbing with real hardware effects still today. And but I also need to redo the drums. Remember, so I think that's priority because when I dub, I'm gonna want to dub like some snares too, like, right? Send the snare to the reverb or to the delay certain moments. This is when I wish I had an actual tactile physical mixer in front of me. I mean, I do have a mixer, but I don't think it has. Yeah, I mean, I could probably work something out, send outputs of my interface to the mixer, sends of the mixer to that. That'll be complicated. So maybe, yeah, maybe I'll set that up and it'll be the first thing I'll do for tomorrow's stream. And today will end with doing the real drum take, right? Drum take, drum and percussion too. I might do like some vibra slap, some timbales, the classic reggae percussion ensemble. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is just give this a little bit of a reverb. It'll be plug-in for now, just so it's nice to listen to. And I can try something different. I always use the Valhalla, but I do have a couple other things here that I might as well try. I got this subscription to, or this package from Native Instruments, and I think they have this thing called the Space. Is that theirs? Or the I also have a plate from um, a plate plugin from Arturia that's really nice. Maybe that's what I will use for today. I don't need a tutorial, thank you. We want to make sure that it's full wet and send the melodica to that track, verb. All right. So that would be nice if I do get to keep this first take. I do pride myself in trying to keep first takes as much as possible. I like the freshness that comes with that. The bass you're hearing, for example, is a first take of the bass. I think the guitar is also first take. The drums is just a loop, but I might end up keeping my first take of the full drum set as well. I keep first takes and then I fix them, folks. There's some lovely bits in there. Shades of Augustus Pablo. Thank you. I was 39 years old when I first touched the Eurorack system. Yeah, I was 36, man. Before that, it was all kinds of other things. I kind of converged to being the Eurorack YouTube dude. Yeah, same here. A plate always works. I want to make a real one someday. Yeah, man. I know some people here in Mexico City that have real plates. I could like send them a file or something, and have them process the plate. But I think the plugins are close enough to where I don't want to bother with all of that. But if I had a real one, I would use it. I also have springs. Springs would be nice in my Eurorack system. So I could maybe use a real spring and then the Zen delay. Yeah, we'll see what I'll set up for the dub session tomorrow, and that'll be the end, the final. Do I want some horns on this song too? I don't know. You might not need them. We'll keep it simple. All right. So let's listen. Let's listen um, to the song as it's taking shape right now, and possibly fix a few little things about the melodica track. We'll see. Yeah, already I feel saturated with melodic. I think I need to create some pauses. Um, Hold on, this microphone is like in my way here. I feel crowded. All right, let's move the chair back up. Get into edit mode. Editor. I do like how it starts. I think it's nice that it starts with the melodica right away. Like I thought I wanted to do like an intro first, but I kind of like it. Yeah, let's hear if we mute this part here, what happens there. In fact, yeah, I like that. And I'll make it even longer. That way, when the melodica comes back in, again, it's like a nice thing you've been waiting for. Oh, where's that melodica? Create some expectation for it. Let's see. Breeze, you bring up Hermeto Pascual. Hermeto Pascual is my Lord and Savior. I am a Brazilian. I have seen him live. I am a huge fan of Hermeto Pascual's composition, his philosophy of living. He's I'm all about him. I'm all about that guy. He's multi instrumentalist as well. Incredibly genius, talented individual. Anybody watching this who doesn't know who Hermeto Pascual is, please go check his stuff. Yeah, and he does play the melodica quite a bit. That's true. Since he is a pianist, that is a natural wind instrument for someone like him to play. And yeah, thanks for bringing him up. And yes, Spring Reverb. Yeah, right. So yeah, that you guys voted for that, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna set up a old school dubbing system here for tomorrow, and maybe I'll even use the night sky as well. Have two different reverbs, and maybe even two different delays. Why not? We'll have the um, I don't know. I don't know how many sends I have in my mixer. Actually, we'll have to see. So I'll figure something out, something cool out to make it fun. Alrighty. Let's continue this edit session, and then we're gonna do the drums, the real drums and percussion. In fact, you know what? I think I'm gonna leave the melodic as is and just go ahead and do the drums. I think that's maybe that'll even help inform me how I should edit the drums. How I should edit the melodica rather, like what the drums do. So I'm gonna record enable all of my drum microphones here. I have a D112 mic on the way. That'll round out my drum miking situation. I'm still using a kit mic on the drum on the kick, a kit on the kick. Other than that, they're all fine microphones. The Rode overheads, the 57 on the snare, the RE20 under the tom facing the kick, and a nice Shure one on the tom. And the only thing that's still kind of shabby is the kick drum mic. But I'm not gonna wait for that, right? We, like I said, the gas shouldn't be an impediment. Need a high pass as well. Where do you think I need a high pass? On the melodica? Did it pick up too much rumble? On the reverb, right? Sure thing. I have a high pass on my JHS color box pedal. Maybe that's going to be the preamp to the reverb. That'd be nice. We have a couple of things on the chain there. Um, yeah, I'll work something out. Yeah, that's a thing for sure. Um, for doing the dub, high pass on the reverb. That'll work. And I hadn't thought of using that because I think I thought of maybe doing that afterwards on when mixing the reverb track. I could EQ it then, but we'll see. For now, let's just do these drums. And here's my trick, folks. Since I don't have, I've been a solo producer most of my life. I don't have somebody like hitting record for me. So I give myself an 8 bar count off and open up the click but turn it way down. So I just hear those 8 bars. And that gives me time to walk over. Oh no, I left my wireless transmitter on and the battery went out again. So I'm just gonna have to plug it into the USB power. It's gonna make it a little noisy, but whatever. So the 8 bar count off gives me time to go walk over there, grab the sticks, take a breath, and come in with the drums. So, and I'm gonna bring the GoPro camera so y'all can see me play. And I'll turn off my vocal mic for now. Otherwise, you'll be hearing like blasted drums really loud. One of my dogs just wandered in here. Let me see. She might have gotten stuck. I'm gonna see if she needs help to get out. Okay, that was definitely not a one take situation today for a number of reasons. Number one, I definitely needed a warm up. I'm not that good a drummer that I'll just sit down and pump out a perfect take without even having touched the drums all day. Second problem, look at this. All of my dynamic, all of my condenser microphones are quiet because I forgot to turn on the phantom power on the interface. So that's problem number two. Problem number three is besides just warming up, I also needed to kind of like get a feel for what works different parts of the song. So um, the modified customized high pass on the mixing board of King Tubby's was meant to be a bit of a defining thing about the sound that they got there, I think. The sound of the spring reverb at Tubby's had a fair bit of to do with the high pass. Yeah, cool. You see, you guys are more knowledgeable about the inner workings of dub mixing than I am. I'm learning from you folks. I'm gonna use the high pass for sure. I have the JHS uh, color box for that. That's gonna work really well. And I'm gonna do another drum take. So I'm not even gonna save this one because guess what? It didn't really record. I didn't have the phantom power on. Now I do. Right. So I'm gonna go back and do another take. This time I'm gonna try a trick that I do sometimes, which is I won't use any crash or ride. That means that if I need to fix timing errors on my drumming, I won't be because you can't do that when you have cymbals sustaining. They get destroyed by any kind of quantization attempt. So I'll do a take afterwards where I'll do some cymbals if needed with the percussion, with the timbales and wood blocks. I won't try to add wood blocks and timbales to the drum take. I'm just going to focus and pretend like we're different musicians, you know? Percussionist is one guy. He's going to do splash, cymbals, wood blocks, and timbales. And right now, I'm just the drummer that's just going to keep it steady with the kick, snare, and hi-hat. And not even tom fills, I don't think, because my toms right now are tuned for rock. They're very low sounding. So, all right, so let's do this drum take. All right. So that was better. Now it seems like everything got recorded. Well, it looks like I clipped the kick drum a little bit. I don't think enough to be bothered by it though. It's like one of the overheads, a little loud too. Um, yeah, it's not a great take, folks, but I don't think I'm good enough drummer to really do much better than that. So it's gonna be down to editing a bit. So Hoofjaw is a dub encyclopedia. Awesome. Nice to have a dub encyclopedia here with me while I do this stuff. So, okay, so I think I have a little time left. Why don't we use it to clean up and edit this drum take, see if it works, or if I'm gonna have to do some serious practicing off camera to be able to come back and do a better take. But, right, metronome off. Metronome off. Okay, the snare is too loud. And it needs a little more reverb. Do I have a drum reverb? Yeah, I have this vintage Verb Fat Drums preset going on here. You know, surprisingly, I was expecting this to sound worse right off the bat. And I mean, I'm sure there will be moments where I'll need to fix things, but let's just check it out. See here on the B section, I created some variation by doing a 4 on the floor on the drums, on the kick. However, as you can see in the graphic, my foot strength is a lot less. Like when I'm doing just a 2 drop, boom, I'm really like leaning into that foot, and then now it's softer. So I'm probably gonna have to do a little compressing, maybe a little bit of automation. We'll look at that later. Right now, we need to just make sure that all the timing is good enough for this reggae tune. Now, I went into the snare here for when it goes back to the A section. In fact, we didn't mark the return to the bass section, to the A section. And I'm not sure I like that. I'm not sure I like the snare there. So I might edit in the first A section. Just cut and paste. That's the advantage of having done this to a grid. There's a lot of my other songs I haven't done to any grid at all. Or I could just re-record this part, just punch in. But let's keep going. Breeze, yeah, there is clip gain on Pro Tools. So yeah, that's probably what I'll use actually. I don't, in fact, I prefer to use clip gain because it's pre-plugins. So for example, if I'm using compression, then the compressor, threshold will still be acting pretty much the same. So yeah, you're right. I will use clip gain. It's easy. Check it out. You just do um, ungroup the drums here so that I can choose just this. Separate this little bit here with Command E, and then there's a little fader here, so I can bring up the clip gain that way, right? Yep, that worked. So yeah, the way the drums are tuned, both the snare and the toms, they're low. They're more like for like rock sound or funk sound. So yeah, I'm probably gonna uh, cut in the beat done with rim knock with the side stick rather than snare. The right hand got right envy, didn't it? Yeah, especially in the C section. In the C section right here, I think it felt nice to go to the right cymbal, and I did go when I said I wasn't gonna use any cymbals. So let's hear how that worked out. I think I then stopped using the right cymbal because I remembered that I wasn't supposed to. Let's hear what it sounded like. Yeah, I think I consciously at this point went back to doing the hi-hat, but doing really simple hi-hat, just almost as if I was doing like a chick with the foot, so that it doesn't get in the way of the ride, right? You don't want hi-hat and ride to be doing the subdivision at the same time, because normally a drummer only has one right hand, unless they're doing like one hand on each and alternating. So yeah, I think I'm probably gonna edit this part too, and then add the right cymbal later. And then I went back to the cross stick here. See, I did one snare and then back to the cross stick. This fill, it's not sounding great on its own, but I think once I add the percussion, once I add like a timbale, that'll complement it and make it, round it out, make it sound good. And then here I go back to the 4 on the floor. That's softer, as you can see in the graphic, and we're gonna do the clip gain thing again. Let's bring it up to about the same level as the other parts. Russian a little bit. Here I think it's okay to go to the snare because it's the end of the song. It's giving it a little extra punch. I thought it was the end already. I did like, and then I did like a 12/8 feel here. Tuck, 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 which kind of works, and it's nice that I did it. I can maybe like cut a loop from that and use it elsewhere. So not too bad, not too bad. I think this is a good enough take to work with. Um, so now here's a simpler way to do it. I do think the melodica is too busy, especially when we think that we're going to be adding like effects and stuff, reverb and delay. Um, this this I might end up doing just another more simplified take of the melodica. It was a nice take, but hold on, somebody's calling me. Okay, sorry, that was my wife again. Um, she was late to pick up my girls. I should have gone. Okay, let's. So the way that I like to fix these drums is to just use just the bass and guitar, right, and drums. That way, I'm not being distracted by everything else. I did this tuck 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 here, but I think I did it in the wrong place. Let me replace that with something simpler. That one works, right? Yeah, that one I don't like. So let me just replace that. I'm gonna put it on grid mode. Make a cut here. Right, and oh no. Here we go. Got two bars here where I don't do that thing, the tuck 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 thing, and I'll just paste that right here. Now I did an extra kick here, like coming back from the tak tak tak. So I'm just gonna extend the edit and see what happens. I'm getting a call again. 1 minute. Sorry about that, folks. I'm gonna have to end soon because I need to make sure that my wife and daughter have something to eat when they get here pretty soon. Um, Breeze sounds great, man. I'm gonna have to go, but the tune will be probably be stuck in my head when I wake up tomorrow. I try to come over and watch the rest of the process in the next live. Have a good day, evening, everyone. You know what? I'm gonna take Breeze cue, um, and I'm also gonna stop for today. Or should I? You know what? Let me just finish fixing these drums really quick. Right. So here's where I didn't love this return of the A section here. The snare drum here. So it's not that bad actually. Maybe I didn't start with a great groove there. I think this portion might work better if I paste it here. Let's see. Right, it just feels a little edited. Let me. There we go. Which sometimes you need to just pull back the beginning of your edit, so that includes. So that comes from a little bit before the downbeat, and that makes it feel more natural. Here again, sounds weird. So let's. There you go, and always a little crossfade for good measure. This snare head's a little off. What if I quantize it? Ha! In order to quantize, I need to put everything on uh, rhythmic warp. Here, I can just quantize that tiny bit there. Yesterday, I meant to stream, but I got super caught up with the project of creating a analog, mostly analog, dub box. So basically, a Eurorack format multi effects box with mostly analog gear to do real time effects, creative effects like a dub mixing engineer would do in old Jamaica. And this is the dub box right here that I came up with. It took a lot of trial and error, folks. Took a lot of trying different modules. In fact, I'm still gonna have to test a few ideas, um, and hopefully Breeze and the crew from his Discord can join in again because you guys were super helpful last time, and I think you get a kick out of this. So what do we have here? So we've been writing a reggae tune, right? And I've done already drums, bass, guitar, melodica, clavinet, and the idea is to now apply some effects. And the way that dub mixing engineers do it is very creatively using the mixing console as an instrument. So the sends from the console, deciding in which moments to send the snare to the reverb, for example, so that you get like a pa, but not always, just at particular moment, almost like a fill. It's ear candy. It's nice, nice sonic surprises. And normally for a job where I had like a tight deadline and low budget, I would probably use, sends, digital sends from the computer, going into plugins and simulate that digitally in the box. And that would work. It sounds okay. And I've done it a few times. But how much more exciting, interesting, authentic, and texturally um, real would it be to actually use a real spring reverb, right? Which I have here with its controller module here. A real hardware delay where I can manipulate the time, the feedback, and other elements. This is a digital delay, but I'm sending it through an analog black low pass gate, which is a kind of filter. So that automatically, and it's got a drive circuit to it. So it'll give it a little bit of distortion and some filtering in the analog domain. So it'll make this digital delay sound much more analog. And then this is an actually analog delay. It's bucket brigade based. Bucket brigades are chips that are basically arrays of capacitors that pass the signal from one capacitor to another over hundreds of capacitors in the chip, and that creates a delay. It's usually what's used for flangers, phasers, chorus, old school chorus effect, and things like that. But this one, I can kind of coax it to go into repetition um, behavior. However, it does generate kind of a whine from the clock if I do that. So we have another filter here. This is a mini Moog style analog filter that I'm going to use to kind of shape the tone of this analog delay over here. And this is my I/O section. The I/O section is basically we're getting signals from 4 channels of my audio interface that I can send from Pro Tools to this switcher over here. And this switching module can send, I can use a little switch over here, 4-position switch, to determine which of these inputs is going to this output. This output is then routed to a multiple, which is basically a splitter, which is splitting that signal to 3 attenuators, 3 individual attenuators over here. Each attenuator is then going into one of the 3 effects in the box. So reverb, delay 1, delay 2, right? So for example, if I have snare drum selected over here, right? Snare drum is going on input A. I have input A selected on the switch. that means input A is going into all three of these attenuators. So when I turn up the first attenuator, I'll be sending that snare sound to the reverb. If I turn up the second attenuator, it'll send it to delay one. And if I turn on the third one, it goes to delay two. Why do I have two delays? Well, they have different sounds and textures for one, and they're also going to be at different times. So I can choose, this one's going to be a little faster, this one's going to be a little slower. So I can have two different kind of time divisions available at any point in time. Now, as practical as it is to just be able to switch instruments with this switch over here, I think that's going to make it kind of tense, kind of stressful for me initially. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is just choose one, right? So maybe the snare drum, for example, and I'll just do a take of the entire song, just deciding when I want reverb or delay one or delay two for the snare drum, and then I'll do another pass for another instrument and so on and so forth. Now there's another option that I just thought of is that this switcher from your analog here actually has these one position of these switches down here is like a toggle, and I think it just toggles the inputs to these outputs over here. So maybe I can forego the use of the attenuators and just use the toggle switches to send to each effect. See? And since the attenuators in dub mixing, you normally just use them as switches, really. You're just going like from zero to as high as you can go with the twist of your hand. So the toggle switches might actually be even more um, uh, better to use than the attenuators. And it'll save me two more modules there. And so that could be interesting. The only thing is that then I would no longer be able to have four outputs connected. I would just have one output connected from the computer interface to the module, and then use all four toggle switches to send that one to, well, three. I would use three toggle switches because I only have three effects to send them directly to the effects. But let's try it the way I have it now. In fact, I ordered some. I needed a couple more mini plug to plug uh, cables, and the beauty of modern world we live in, I was able to order them from Amazon yesterday, and they've already arrived. So I've been able to connect the four outputs of my audio interface to four inputs of the Analog Switch 4 module here. I wouldn't have been able to have done that without uh, next day shipping. So that was nice. Also, I don't really know too much about the Switch 4. I have to admit that I got this module from Joran Analog, and it's lovely, but I'm not sure how the positions of the toggle switches work. I'm guessing that the middle position is off, the top position is on, and the bottom position is momentary on, right? So we're gonna have a quick either. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna test it, and I'll probably figure it out without having to read the manual. But then, if I need to, I'll go read the manual. If anybody here is already watching the stream, and I'll have a quick peek in my phone here um, to see how many people are with us right now. So I know I'm not all alone. You, Quincas Moreira. There we go. Live dub reggae. Let me turn down the volume. And yeah, hi. There's four people here with us. Andre Hipman has already said you right. Hi, Andre. Andre Hipman. Thank you for joining. Are you saying that I'm right about the Switch 4? Oh, you tested it yesterday. What a coincidence. Such an obscure module. Hey, Tonal Axis. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining. Ah, cool. I don't feel I don't feel so alone anymore. So yeah, so if you just joined, I was showing off my analog dub box that I created for today's stream. So we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun applying real-time dub style analog effects to this reggae tune. It's gonna become a dub reggae tune, right? Looking forward to the dub effects. Yeah, you know what though? It's not gonna be right away, folks, because we do have a couple of things to do before we get to the dub effects. And one thing is, I recorded the drum take yesterday, right? Because we had been working over a loop that I recorded just a simple reggae loop, composed the song over that, and then obviously I wasn't just gonna leave a 2 bar loop the whole song. It wouldn't be authentic reggae that way. A reggae song has a drummer playing all the way through, doing certain fills and changes in texture and stuff. And as I'm not the world's best drummer, there are certain issues that need to be ironed out with that drum take. So we had started doing that already. So for example, when I do four on the floor kick, my kick drum volume went way down. Because when I'm doing just the two drop, I really leaned into that kick drum, made it very loud. So I've already done clip gain adjustment on these portions where I do four on the floor, right? There are some moments where I go to a full snare rather than cross stick sound, where I'm not totally convinced that that worked. The snare drum looks like it's varying quite a bit in volume, so we might want to compress and EQ it a little bit. Let's start with that. We're just going to solo the drums. Uh, Here we go. And you know what? I'm going to turn down my headphones and turn up on my little interface so you guys can hear me loud and clear. I noticed when I was listening back to the stream yesterday that the overall sound of my stream is soft compared to other YouTube videos. Nobody's complained yet, but um, I'm hoping you guys can hear me at a fair volume right now. Let me know if you need me to. I'm looking at my levels here and it's looking good. It's looking like I'm barely hitting the red here on my Mayono podcast mixer. But please let me know if you'd like to hear things a little louder, either my voice or the audio or whatnot. So let's go ahead and have a listen to just the snare drum by itself. One thing that we might want to do is um, gate it, because when we use the effects, for example, we want this to be fairly isolated so that only the snare drum is going to the effect sense and not so much the hi-hats and stuff. So let's put a gate on there. There we go. Now this is when I'm hitting the snare full on. Let's give it a little more release. Let's go back to when it's a cross stick. There you go. And now we can compress it a little bit and add a little makeup gain here. Right. So now we've isolated the snare. Let's give it a little brightness too. Right. Also, I'm gonna remove the reverb that I'm sending it to, or maybe just make it very subtle. There you go. 'Cause that's like the room. That's gonna act as the room reverb, because we're gonna add the dub reverb, which will be very like extreme and audible. And yesterday, one of you guys, who's an expert in dub music, mentioned to me something I did not know. which is the fact that the high pass is an important element of the spring reverb sound in a dub studio. So that's nice to know. Yeah, I just turned it on here. Oh my God, we're getting feedback from something here. There you go. It was the Moog filter. All right. So I put a filter. I ended up putting a filter after each effect for different reasons. Um, so we're using a high pass. I have the three tom uh, Steve's MS22, which is actually a duo filter, but I'm using it with the frequency way high and just using the spread of the filters. So basically, the spread is acting as the frequency of a high pass, right? Because we're letting the low pass is all the way high, meaning we're letting everything pass. And then this is the spread is where the second filter, which is the high pass, how far from the low pass it is. So how broad a band pass you're using. So if it's effectively working as a high pass filter right now because I have low pass all the way open. So the spread is determining the frequency here. Um, so, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a little bit. Maybe I should leave my GoPro here so y'all can have a look at the box. Okay, so we got a cool snare sound here going. Let's have a look at the kick. The kick I've already EQ'd and I like it. It's sounding nice and thumpy. Right, maybe we don't need so much overheads. The floor tom, the reason it's loud is because it's part of the kick drum sound as well. It's a microphone that I put under the floor tom but facing the kick drum beater, and it also ends up picking up some of the snare from the bottom side, so the snares, right? So it's a multi-purpose microphone here. It's my RE20. Oh yeah, the toms are sounding super nice. Right. I can even turn, I think I can turn down the snare a little bit. It's a little bit too loud. There you go. I'm liking that. I'm liking that mix of the drums. And as you can see, I use very few plugins, right? I'm just doing a little bit of EQ on the kick. I could probably compress it a bit too. It wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't hurt to compress the kick a little bit. And then, look, the overheads have nothing. I could probably use a high pass, just to get rid of the low rumbles. But since they're soft, you're not really hearing too much, like unwanted low frequencies there. So yeah, I'll leave it alone. Just the microphones sound nice, the room sounds nice, the drums sound nice. So, don't mess with the team that's winning. And here on the floor tom, which again is that microphone that I put under the floor tom, but is also picking up snare, bottom, and bass drum beater. What I have is a trim plugin, and all it's doing is inverting the polarity, right? Because this microphone is opposed to all the other ones. It's opposing the front kick drum microphone as well as the overheads and stuff. So I invert the polarity to minimize any cancellations that might occur. And then I have a neutron here only acting as an EQ. I'm not even compressing this one. And I'm just getting rid of some of the very prominent overtones coming out of that floor tom and adding a little bit of the kick snap from the bass drum beater here on about 3K. So, and that's all the EQ on the drums. So the overheads, nothing, the toms, the rack tom, nothing. A little bit of EQ on the kick and snare. Now we're using a gate because we want to get rid of that bleed. Right. So now let's listen to something minimal so we can focus on the drums. That means I'm not going to listen to everything that I recorded. Only what is necessary to kind of like locate myself on the song. So bass and guitar. That's it. We're just gonna hear bass and guitar. Drums sound very nice. Thank you, Tonal Axis. Breeze, hi. Thank you for joining. I'm so happy to see you here. It's always better when you're here. Tips on EQing the kicks. Well, I was kind of showing that, but it depends really on how you've mic'd the kick and how you've tuned it, what mic you're using, what your room sounds like. It really goes down to personal taste and your ears. But I'll show you here if I bypass. Hold on, let's just hear just the kick. See how muddy that sounds? I just ordered a D112 microphone from AKG because I don't love this kick drum mic. It's a mic that came with a PreSonus, a cheap PreSonus um, kit of drum set microphones, which I owned before I started replacing each one of the mics with better ones. So these days I use an SM57 on the snare, as everyone else does. An RE20 is underneath the floor tom, picking up the front side, the beater side of the kick and the bottom side of the snare. So it does triple duty there. And it's a wonderful microphone, but I actually don't like the RE20 on the front of the kick drum. I feel like it kills too much with the low end. I end up needing to boost it. So that's why I use it in the back there with that triple function. The D112 will sound way better in this position than this mic, but it's doing okay. But it sounds very dead and muddy, see? So what I did is some subtractive EQing at first, which is find like the muddiness frequency. And the way I do it usually is by boosting first. So I'll take this little dot ball here and kind of move it around and find like how I can make it sound more muddy. Like, and then when I do that, then I take that out. See, I've scooped that out. And then I felt like I was losing too much low end, so I boosted those sub frequencies a little bit. So over here, that's 58 hertz. I'm giving it just a little bit of boost, 1.6 dB, to make up a little bit for what we lost in punchiness from having subtracted so much mid lows here, which is at a 185 hertz. I'm actually removing 10 dB over here, right? And you can mess around with the Q too. Like if you feel like you're removing too much, you can be more surgical about just the frequency that's too resonant. But then sometimes it sounds too unnatural if you do too much of that. So I kind of leave it fairly wide. And then I'm adding a little bit of presence here at around the 3K area, right? But I'm not adding too much here because I feel like it'll add noise. It's kind of a noisy microphone. And besides, remember, I have this floor tom mic here, which is the RE20. And let's hear just the RE20. So this is the RE20 that's under my floor tom. I call it the under mic. And see, this is picking up more of the percussive aspect of the kick drum, right? And it's also picking up the underside of the snare. And it's picking up the floor tom, the resonance. Hear that? So the overheads are already picking up the floor tom fairly well, but they are picking them up at a distance. So it's nice that this RE20 is picking up that resonance. But it was too much. And again, I did subtractive EQing here to remove some of the extra resonance from the floor tom. And the floor tom is even sympathetically resonating along with the kick. So it was like doing this. Let me bypass it so you can hear it real quick. Hear that? See, that was too much. Like sometimes it's desirable, it's nice, it's natural to hear some overtones. But sometimes they may be too much. So here, I'm again removing say a little bit, and you can kind of see on the graphics too, like where those frequencies are. There's even a learn function on the neutron here, where if you hit it, it kind of like places the dots, places the frequencies where it thinks you might need to adjust it. But I don't use these automatic functions so much. I prefer to use my ears. And once again, here I'm also adding a little bit on 3K. 3K is the classic kick frequency, to get the percussive part of the kick drum. And when you hear them both together, front and back, and again, I am inverting. Now, I don't need, I use this trim plugin to invert the phase, the polarity rather, of the under mic. But now I don't need it anymore because the neutron has that too, right? So I can invert on the neutron. So that means I can actually throw this one away. So once I leave that there by default just to always have the phase inverted, the polarity inverted. But once I put in the neutron plugin, then I can just use that to invert polarity. And why am I inverting the polarity? Because, the RE20 is facing the front of the kick, and the other mic is facing the back of the kick. So that means the diaphragms are moving in opposite positions at each hit, which means they could cancel out. So that's why I do that. And look, sounds very nice together, right? It's a pretty nice, old school kick drum sound. And of course, gets rounded out by the overheads. Right? When everything else comes in, it all comes together. And it's a nice drum sound. I'm using the vintage Verb here with the Fat Drums preset. Pretty short decay. This is inside the sub drum, right? It's also, along with all the rest of the drums, it's being routed to a sub drum channel, which is just a auxiliary channel here, where all the drums are going through. Why do I do that? Because sometimes I like to glue these drums together with a little bit of a compressor. I like to use some kind of 1176. Listen to that. And even just bringing it up, and I can bring up a little bit of that input gain so that I see a little bit more of gain reduction here. Alright, and I can even bring down the overall volume now of the drums. And it's just nice to be able to, control the overall volume of the drums with a single fader. Right? So here they are. Here's what the drums are sounding like. I still think the snare is a little too bassy. Right? Let's thin it out a tiny bit. There you go. And that part of the problem there is how the snare is tuned. I think maybe for reggae music I might have used another snare. I have 4 snares, and one of them is tuned higher, so I might have used that one instead. But I already didn't, and so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna do a million takes testing different snares on your time, folks. I don't want to make this stream boring. So it's fun also to see how you can compensate for certain things in the mixing process. And by the way, I don't, mixing and editing and recording and composing, everything happens at the same time over here. I'm not one of those guys that separates in different phases, because as my ears notice things, I adjust them, because I think that I'll forget later. So even as I record the drums, I'm already kind of mixing them. And also I like to edit right after I record, so that I'm not compounding problems, right? If the drum's timing isn't perfect and I record bass after, my bass will be reflecting the timing mistakes on the drums. So it's always more intelligent to fix. Oh, this is my chair whining. I thought I was hearing a voice or something. So it's always smarter to fix as you go, right? Because then you're not at the end, you've recorded 10 instruments and now you're going to go back and edit mistakes on all of them. And then that just doesn't make sense. You save a lot of time when you just make sure that each instrument is as perfect as you can get it before you move on to another one. In this case, I recorded over a loop, so I know that the other instruments are in good timing, right? And I can use the drums. Um, I find it always interesting to hear other people's ways to EQ compress. Me too. Me too. It's I learn a lot from seeing how other people do things. So, all right. So now let's fix little timing things or arrangement things about these drums now that they're properly mixed. And the way that I like to do that, the loop now I can hide and make inactive. So I'm not looking at that anymore. I was using that as a metronome basically. Now we're gonna hear the bass and guitar along with the drums, just so we know where we are on the song, get a feel for the context, and then make little adjustments. Already, these drums are not as metronomical as the loop was, because again, I'm a flawed human, but that might even add a little charm to it, you know? What we don't want is things that distract us, that sound bad, that sound like a bad drumming, you know? A little bit of imperfection is nice. Too much imperfection sounds like a mistake. And that's where your own sense of taste and your critic comes in. I think the kick is now too loud here on the clip gain. I'll bring it down a tiny bit. My GoPro is acting weird. Just went into like super fisheye mode. So far, I'm enjoying it. The snare on this fill, I felt like sounded too loud. So I'm gonna undo the drums group so that I can separate that snare there and just bring it down on the clip gain a tiny bit. There you go. Now it's also coming in on the overheads pretty loud over here. Now notice the right side overhead is just louder in general than the left side overhead. I tried to set the overhead volume so that the snare sounds the same on both, um, so that it's always in the center. And then obviously whatever's closer to the right side mic will sound louder on that side, and what's closer to the left side will sound louder on that side, and that creates the stereo image. So let's have a listen to our overheads, just overheads, and adjust them so that our snare drum sounds centered. See, I'm hearing this one way louder. There we go. That's more center. There we go. And we can do the same with my back overheads. Right, I have 4 overhead mics, folks. 2 on top of the drums in XY configuration, and 2 behind them coming from each side of the drum set. This is future proofing, so I can do Atmos mixing at some point, but it ends up sounding really nice in stereo as well, so I use them regardless. Ah, sounds okay. I'm kind of hearing the kick a little louder on the right side. There we go. That sounds a little better. And it makes the hi-hat a little more to the left, which is as it should be. From the drummer's perspective, here's another interesting issue. Do you guys mix the drums from the drummer's perspective? So toms are, high toms on the left, low toms on the right, hi-hat on the left, right cymbal on the right? Or do you think about somebody facing the drums? I have an argument for using the drummer's perspective. The drummer is the only one who really hears the drums panned, because he's sitting inside of the drum set. When he hits the tom, he hears that sound from there. When you're in the audience hearing the drums acoustically, you're too far from the drums to hear that kind of separation. You're kind of hearing a mix of the drums coming from that side of the stage. So if you're gonna play with panning, uh, where there's a lot of separation of the instruments, it makes much more sense to use the drummer's perspective. Plus, I am the drummer. I'm the one who played the drums on this, so it's uh, for me makes way more sense to mix from the drummer's perspective. So that small detail there. All right, let's go back to listening to just drums and bass and guitar. Okay, let's go back to here. Now here I went into full snare rather than rim knock, but it doesn't necessarily bother me anymore. I think now that I took out some of the low end from the snare, that's what was really bothering me. Now here, this is a snare head that I tried to fix because it was late, but as you can see, the snare is late relative. I mean, it was supposed to coincide with the kick. So if I move, um, you know, I can't really get them to sound together, right? Because they were played wrong. So what I'm going to do is just steal a proper snare hit from elsewhere on the song, like right here. This one was nice and tight. Or here, right? Just going to steal that one and paste it right here. And that's the beauty of having recorded this song to a grid. Like, there's beauty in recording to no grid. Imagine those old Led Zeppelin songs. If they had been forced to record to a grid, we would have lost half of the excitement that comes from them rushing. Um, it's natural for music to change tempo throughout. Somehow, at some point, we got addicted to. We got this concept that everything has to be the same tempo from beginning to end, when music really has never been that way. Classical music, for example, every phrase is pretty much done at, tempo variation is part of the expressivity of the music. But in this case, it's dance music, um, and I think it's fine. It's fine for it to have a consistent tempo throughout, and it does make it easier to edit. So let's hear it in context. Oh, no, I put it in the wrong place, didn't I? Hold on. Yeah, it's here. It's supposed to go here. It's supposed to go here. Boom. Okay. Now I'll open it backwards, and create, and smear some spit on the joint here, so we don't hear a click or any kind of. Perfect. So now that snare that sounded a little off, we got rid of it and fixed it. So this is where I had originally decided I wasn't gonna play the ride, and I did play the ride, and then I was like, oh no, I wasn't gonna play the ride, and then I stopped playing the ride. So I have two choices here. I can either cut out the ride portion and paste in another moment where I'm not playing the ride, uh, or I have three options. So that's one. Another one is to, if I like it, repeat this so that it continues until the end of this section. Um, so loop it, right? And the other option is to leave this and then just add ride, record a track of ride cymbal over the part when I didn't play it to cover it up. So those are my three options. Now, I actually think I did okay. Like, the reason I don't like to play the ride is that if I need to fix the timing, the ride will sound like crap. There are no time correction plugins that know how to deal with the sustained cymbals. So not yet anyway. So that's why if I don't record the ride right away so that I can fix the timing on my kick, snare, and hi-hats and then play the ride over that. But I think I did okay. I like it. Sounds pretty natural how I did it over here. And then I stopped, right? And I did very simple hi-hat so it wouldn't bother the ride cymbal that I was going to record afterwards. But I kind of like how it grooves right there. So I think I'm going to leave it alone. And when I do my percussion take, I'm going to remember to add ride cymbal in that section when it stops. Oh, here sounds like that snare is a little rushed. Yep, you can even see how it's rushed. And it's rushed, I didn't rush the kick along with it. So this is a similar problem from the previous moment there. So that means, I can't fix it with quantization or editing. I need to fix it by replacing that snare hit with a better one. Here I did the same thing, but it doesn't bother me as much. Like, this is, you can consider it being like on top of the beat, but not a mistake necessarily. So I'm gonna grab this one. This one looks good, right? This one looks really good. I'm gonna put it here, right? Now we just get rid of those little clicks from the edit with a tiny crossfade here, right? So sometimes you can see an imperfection, but if it doesn't sound bad to you, you don't need to fix it. You can respect it as part of the human element of. So let's hear this again. This one looks pretty out. I don't know if it needs to be fixed too. No, see? This one sounds okay. It sounds like a flam, right? It sounds like it's musical. It doesn't bother me. This one was too much. This one looks way out too, but again, it didn't. When I heard it, it didn't bother me. Yeah. Now this fill feels incomplete. Feels like I missed a hit here. Right, tung tika pa. It needed a. But I'm not gonna mess with this yet. I'm gonna wait until I've done percussion because maybe I'll do a timbale hit right there that'll make it perfect. So I don't necessarily need to fix this fill. It sounds awkward right now, but it might not once I do the percussion take. And again, now I'm feeling like I went too far with bringing up the clip gain on the kick when I go 4 on the floor. Right? Because it's when you play softer, it sounds bassier, it's boomier. So the overall, the volume looks lower, but the low frequency content might actually be consistent. So I didn't need to bring the clip gain up so high. So I just lowered it a little bit. Now, I don't know, there's something awkward about this fill too. Let's listen to it again. It's missing a kick here. It's missing a kick. What happens if I normally don't edit single tracks from the drum take because you want to edit the drums normally all together because after all, this kick is not only happening in the kick channel, it's happening on the overheads, it's happening on the floor tom channel. But if I grab just the floor tom and kick tracks and add it over here, and then just make sure that it's timed well. Once in a while, if you do that just once in a while, you can hear it, and if it doesn't sound bad, you get away with it. Yeah, I felt like it needed a low end, this little hit. And also, there's a snare hit, like a full snare, all by itself, that sounds awkward. It's this one, I think. See? It's out of place. Because all of the rest of this beat is being played with the rim of the drum. And only that hit is on the snare. It's not part of a fill. It feels I made a mistake. It was supposed to be a rim knock or a side stick, cross stick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, again, steal this little snippet over here. And I'm just going to paste it over here and see what happens. Okay, there's like a double open hi-hat now happening. Let's see what happens if I just extend the previous one right up to the cross stick. So we basically get rid of that second open hi-hat. If this works, I won't need to go find a different cross stick section to add here. Yep, it works. It works. That sounds way better. That snare felt out of place there. And now it's okay. Now I'm doing all snares, right? Now again, I like how the timing of this snare, for example, and this one, but this one feels late. So I'm gonna replace it again with the one I just stole from up here. So yeah, this is what I consider, and it's a little later. See, it's actually that's why the other one felt early, but it was actually on time, and this one, the one that's late, feels right. So maybe it's because oftentimes in reggae the drums are a little laid back, and that's how they should be. That's how they feel good. So we're gonna do the crossfades here and have a listen. No, okay. Let's get closer here. So now look at that. It's a very minimal difference. This was actually too late. And this is still late, but not as late. See? So it's laid back, but you have to, the difference between laid back and late is subtle, oftentimes. Right? Too laid back sounds wrong. A little bit laid back sounds groovy. Yeah, that sounds better. Ooh, now I hit the snare wrong here, like the stick angle or something. So it made it for an inconsistent sound. Do we hate it? Can we accept it? I don't know. Let's listen in context. Yeah, it just sounds wrong. So let's steal another one again. We're gonna steal this snare right here, and we're gonna cover that one up, right? And again, it's not gonna sound. None of this is gonna sound like you're looping or repeating sections because I'm basically just taking like one hits to replace the ones I don't like, uh, and you can't really tell that I did that. Like if I were taking like huge sections and looping them, then you might start feeling like, oh, wait a minute, this has been looped. But I'm not doing that. I'm mostly respecting the performance, and I'm only really fixing what bothers my sensitivities, my ear. I wish I was a better drummer. I've been practicing, and I have gotten a lot better. But man, it's a lifelong endeavor. Now here, I think I made a mistake. I thought this was the end of the song. Now sometimes mistakes can be happy mistakes, right? As Bob Ross would say. Maybe this is an interesting thing that happened in the song that I can use musically. Maybe it's cool that the drums like do this out of place fill here. And then they do this kind of 12/8 feel for the end. So I think this fill doesn't work. Like when I come back, I maybe should just come in with the 12/8 feel. And it takes me a little while to get into the 12/8 feel. Like the first few don't feel perfect, and then I play it over after the end of the song and do a fill for the end. So I think what I should do is just find where it gets good. Maybe this is it right here. I'm going to put it in grid mode. I'm going to select here. I'm going to just drag it all back. Drag this all back to the one. And I can make it easy. I can put the grid in 1 bar increments so that I know exactly. So what I can do, well, let's see with the fill. Maybe the fill works now. Let's see. No, I think we should just let the drums be silent for a little while, and we just hear the check, check like a mute. Now, since I entered with a fill, I kind of cut off the decay of the cymbals, right? So one way to fix this is to make the cymbals even shorter so that it sounds like you choke them. Excuse me. Yep, like that. Okay, obviously the end didn't work here, and I think maybe we could use a little more silence. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to line up the end fill with the end of the song. No, yeah, I think I did a totally different fill. So in order to line it up, I'm going to have to be a little more surgical. So let's do that. But we're going to leave the 12/8 thing. We're going to make the snare a little softer. Maybe that's where it should start. Right. Now go back to a smaller grid so we can do these edits. And we're going to take this last crash here and line it up with the last note of the song. Uh-oh, hold on. Yeah, I moved it between channels here. So it looks like the last note of the song is boom. It's anticipated downbeat. Now let's listen to that fill and see if it works. Not really. Let's hear what the rhythmic phrase is doing in the other instruments. Nganganga, right? And what's the drums doing? So let's try a couple of things. For example, move the whole fill up about a 16th note here. I think it's kind of, see, it's out of the grid. It's totally out. So I'm gonna use slip mode here and just visually line it up with the grid. Now that works better. And maybe we don't need this last little hit here. It can be see, this little silence works better than that. Right? And now we can patch the hole here. Let's hear that. No. Instead, let's move backwards and do a little crossfade. No, because the crossfade made a note I had hidden appear. So you have to find a spot where crossfading won't resurface anything we don't want. Or maybe silence here for a second. Now, yeah, there's stuff here that's still out of the grid, like this. This sounds good right here, but this is all a little late. That's get the right. I should probably just go over there and play a proper fill on the drum set, but we're having fun editing, right? All right, let's try something else. We'll try to line it up with the bass down there. Oh, I ended up going way behind. Let's see. You know what I just realized? This fill right here. This one has the right subdivision. What if we put this one as the end one? Right? That'll probably mean we won't be able to use it there anymore. Right? We don't want to, it'll be obvious that. So I'm going to erase this, paste that one, and move it to where the last note coincides, which is about here. There it is. This works. Right? Since I played this fill thinking I was at the end of the song, it clearly fits better. It's a little slow. We can make it a little fit, fit a little better. There we go. It's still not perfect, but it's getting there. And then what we can do, yeah, that 12/8, forget about it. We can remove this last hit here and create our little break that way and just let the last fill come in with the end. Maybe the percussion will continue here. I'm still not loving the end fill here. It's still not quite fitting. What's the guitar looking like here? Let's zoom and see the transients and try to match them. See, that's the thing. That's why it's feeling late. I think the whole thing, the whole fill is a little bit slow. But I don't want to use like quantize or anything like that. So I'm actually going to manually move. Ah, that's better. It's better already. And this crossfade is too big. There we go. Y'all still there, folks? Any comments on this? Is boring? Watch me edit the drums. I know it is kind of boring. So let's go into a more exciting part of the process now, which is we're gonna play the percussion. Now, I have a little percussion rig over there. I could pull it out of the drum set and close mic it, or I could just leave it as part of the drum set and accept that its positioning in the overheads um, is going to be the panning that I'll use for it. And I think that's acceptable. And the ride symbol's right there too, so that'll let me go into the ride when I need it. So I'm gonna, and that's also another advantage of that is that I don't need to be moving stuff around and waste time. So I'm just gonna open 4 tracks here, which will be the 4 overheads, right? So 4 or 2 stereo, right? Should it be 2 stereo? No, 4 mono tracks, so I can be more deliberate with the panning and stuff and volumes. 4 mono tracks, we'll call these percussion overheads, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, my overhead microphones, I have kick snare, so it's going to be inputs 3 and 4 and 7 and 8, right? Because it's kick snare, overhead, overhead, tom, tom, and then overhead, overhead. That's the way I have them set up. So it's 7 and 8. And these are my mic line inputs on the main interface. All my drums are taking up my entire first interface, and then everything else is going into the ADAT expansion. So let's record enable these guys. I have these two inverted for some reason, overheads 1 and 2, and then the back ones are correct. So the panning is kind of weird, but that's what it is. Okay, now I'm gonna, the count off is already on. I'm going to turn on my wireless transmitter here. I'm going to turn off um, the voice mic, my talk mic here, and we're going to go over to the drum set and record the percussion tree. I have a little percussion tree over there, and do some timbale fills, some woodblock stuff, some ride cymbal stuff, and all that. I'll turn on the click so that I hear um, the 8-bar count off. That will give me time to walk over there, grab the sticks, put on headphones, and do this thing. All right. Any questions so far? Um, Je m'arrête ici pour aujourd'hui. J'écouterai la suite plus tard. Belle journée. Merci, Lumimia. Merci beaucoup. Yay, percussion. Thanks, Breeze. Thanks for showing signs of life. You guys are the life of the party here for me. Okay, so let me do all that thing. Okay, again, let's accept our first takes and warts and all, make small fixes. And yeah, I think this was okay. This was okay. We're gonna move these tracks up near the drums here so we can see them together. And I think I need more percussion. I need some hand percussion, like maybe shakers and a vibra slap and some seeds, little ear candy. Uh, but I want to fix these first. I want to hear these and kind of fix them if needed. So just one word, smooth. Checho Gold 2. Thank you, Checho Gold 2. I'm glad you're finding this pretty smooth. Okay, so let's um, maybe we'll create a submix for the percussions, right? So we're actually going to move them to right after the sub drum here. I'm going to create a stereo auxiliary track and call it sub perk. And maybe we're going to make a copy of the drum verb track. Duplicate. And we're going to put that before sub perk here. And we're going to select all 5 channels now, right? The 4 channels of percussion and the drum verb copy. And we're going to route them all to the track called sub perk, right? And now we're gonna, let's just solo them. And I'm lazy, so that means I'm not gonna EQ them individually, folks. I'm gonna go straight to the sub perk here and create one instance of stereo neutron equalizer, or complete neutron in case I want to compress too. And just, cut a little bit of lows, add a little bit of highs, add a little bit of compression, and then send them all to that new reverb, which we're calling drum verb duplicate. Let's rename that, right? We'll call that perk verb. Perk verb. And we're gonna, we don't want the perk verb to go to itself. That was a mistake. Don't send it there. That would be feedback, right? And then we're gonna have, yeah. Now these sound nice. Now, why did I not use just the same drum verb channel if I'm using the same reverb preset? That's because I want to be able, if I control the volume overall of the percussion, that includes their reverb, right? Oh, wait. Why is it not? Why am I still hearing why am I still hearing reverb? Oh, right. Because these are going to drum verb, not to perk verb. Let's change that. Oh, or maybe, right, I get it. Because it's a copy, it's using the same bus. We're going to change to a different bus. I hope this makes sense to you people. The bus thing, I'm not going to take time to explain every little sound engineering concept here. But yeah, that was a mistake. I should have just opened a new auxiliary track for the percussion reverb. There we go. Now, when I lower the percussion overall, even the reverb gets lower too, right? And I can maybe give them a little, give them a little more reverb. Now let's listen to the drums and percussion together. Maybe we want the bass and guitar a little bit too. And yeah, let's just watch the waveform and see if we like everything or if we want to cut anything out. Checho says, "Well, if it works, isn't about being lazy but being effective instead?" Exactly. Thank you, Checho. I think I said it in a self-deprecating manner. I don't really mean I'm being lazy. I mean I'm being effective with my time. And you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to invert the the panning compared to the actual drums, right? Let's see how that sounds. So now the percussion will be a little bit more to the left side. Um, no, I don't like it. I think I like it how it was with the percussion where it is placed in the uh, relative to the drum set. And I don't have a perfect Jamaican rhythmic vocabulary accent. So this is a Brazilian making a reggae, folks. Don't expect it to sound authentically Jamaican. I like it. Sounded okay. Definitely something that was needed. That splash does a great job. You know, I hand hammered my own splash. I bought like a little anvil and a hammer, and I got this cheap Chinese splash from Wuhan and used it to kind of try to learn how to hand hammer my own cymbals. And it did make it sound a little more complex. I wouldn't do that to any of my expensive Sabians or Zildjians or anything. But it was a cool experiment to do it on my splash. Now this first hit of the, I don't think I need it. I think it works better if I just do the second one. So let's go. I love this in reggae when the splash hit is after you expect it. So you expect it on the downbeat. So you don't hear boom, boom. That's when you hear it, right? You hear it on the second beat. I love that. That's part of the theory of surprise versus expectation in music. You have to find the balance of those elements. Like you don't want it to be too surprising all the time. So that's like my experimental analog modular music. It's all so weird that the layman, the average listener will just tune out right away. Unless you're a modular nerd, then you'll just like stay on and listen and love it. Maybe, if I'm lucky. Versus like Muzak, right? Like elevator music. That stuff is so predictable that it also alienates. Like you stop paying attention because you already know what's going to happen and it becomes just the background. But when your music has the right balance of predictability and surprise, that's usually the kind of music that people end up liking and paying attention to. In fact, I'm not sure this timbale hit is in the right place. Let's listen from earlier. Yeah, no, it works there, all right. Yeah, that splash is sounding so nice. I'm glad I hammered the hell out of it. Now I'm the cymbals DIY guy, right? Not just the synth DIY guy. Now, I did the same fill twice here. I think it loses its impact. I'm just going to let it happen the second time. There you go. the drums here, I know I originally said I was fine with it, but I'm feeling like the kick and snare are like sloppy when I'm doing the ride. You know what I mean? So let me just mute the percussion here for a second. Well, we'll make a group called percussion so I can mute them all with one move. And let's see where the original ride ends. Right. Like I think from here on, when I stop playing the ride, I play better. That wasn't great. This is better. Let's do what I originally thought I was gonna do. So we're gonna, instead of letting the ride happen naturally here, we're gonna paste this dry beat. And we're gonna continue it to cover up the rest. Now, still, this is like not so tight. Like sometimes the kick, the pre-kick is sounding like a swung, sometimes a little straight. So let's try something here. And I'm sorry that I'm going to do this, folks. I'm trying to avoid, but I'm going to quantize this. And I can quantize it because there's no cymbals, see. But it's not 16th note, it's 16th note triplet, right? It's swung. Apply. Now let's see if that worked. See, some of those kicks are still sounding straight when they should be swung. They should be ta-tung, and they're like tung-tung. Right, let's look at the warp and fix them manually. So, okay, this is good. Now, let's set our grid to the same as our quantization. 16th note triplet. There we go. Here's the wrong one, right? This turned out straight. Right, we want this. We want this one to be here. This hi-hat, I think, should be here. This kick is also supposed to be swung right there. Now this, I don't know when this happens. It's just, it gets red like this. What I'll probably just do is remove the warp on this section. Remove warp. And see what happens if it's just left to its own. Yeah, that's okay. And here again, let's just remove warp markers there. Let's quantize this too. Quantize. Remove this, the red marker. I don't know. Let's leave the markers. We'll remove this middle one. So we put it in slip. Remove this marker right here. There we go. And this one right here is supposed to happen a little bit sooner. So we're going to put a marker here. Add warp marker. so that when I move this one, it doesn't move everything else that's ahead of it. See? And this quantization in Pro Tools using elastic time is pretty good. I like it. All right. Um, I don't know. Now, now I got into quantization mode, and I'm gonna wanna like fix everything, right? Um, this one is a little late. Maybe it's supposed to happen here. Let's see. And this is also late. It's supposed to happen here. This maybe swung. Nope. How about here? Mm. Oh, no, 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 no. See, if I don't put a marker up here, it's gonna start wanting to move everything else. So I have to put a marker here. Add the warp marker. And if I want to move this one and not affect the ones that are ahead. I think this one, let's see. I think it's good now. Now let's not go crazy and want to quantize the whole thing. We'll go back to looking at the waveform, and now we're gonna add the right symbol on the percussion. Well, first let's check see if the whole section is sounding good. Now, this is where the right symbol was coming in originally, right? I'm not sure about this section yet. Let's look at the warp markers here again. Oh, we need it to be what? Why didn't the whole thing? Oh, there you go. Now it did for some reason. Yeah, this beginning section. Oh, right. I didn't fix this part. I didn't fix anything in this part. So I guess I didn't quantize this part for some reason. I started later. So let's go ahead and quantize this. And then fix the quantization errors, right? Because sometimes quantization misinterprets what you mean. Checho Goto says those claves, forgot how they call it in English, are just so nice. That's actually a woodblock. It does sound kind of like a clave. I was 2 years old when I learned to manually quantize in Pro Tools. Film sound here, not musician yet. Cool. Yeah, man, you can quantize on Pro Tools. It didn't used to be the case. Elastic time came in at about version 7, maybe. But you can, and it's pretty good. I like to do it on Pro Tools better than in other softwares. We're gonna add a warp marker right here. Or actually, let's just go to waveform and fix the transition here. Yeah, like that. See, because it was kind of like doubling up the kick, and now we can quantize, including that kick right there, and crossfade. Boom. Crossfade. There you go. Now let's look at the warp again and fix manually whatever automatic quantize didn't do right. Right. This is takon. We want this kick drum to be here. This is late. This kick is also late. Oh, but then we have an issue here. Let's go back to waveform, and we have to fix this transition here as well, so that we can do this and quantize this. All right, go back to warps, and then this kick right here. is early. Now here that we're getting a little bit of that ride tail. That doesn't bother me because I'm gonna put the ride cymbals on there anyway, the ones that I played in the percussion track. So that's just gonna blend in. There we go. This is sounding way better now. Oh, here's a kick that, yep, this kick should be here. Now here we have one of those like weird red spots where Pro Tools was like, what? We're just gonna remove the warps from that. Here there's some, I stopped quantizing there, right? And we went back to just letting it be human. But there's one little hi-hat spot here where I don't love it. This right here. Yeah, I think this hi-hat should be here perhaps. And this one also a little sooner. Perfect. I think we're done with quantization. Otherwise, I'm gonna get LCD and want to quantize the whole song, and that's not the point. We don't need that. Okay, now I'm gonna go to percussion here and find where I start playing the right cymbal. Right? In grid mode. Oh, this right cymbal sounds so great. This is my most expensive cymbal. It's a Sabian hand-hammered anthology. It's a cymbal designed in conjunction with Jojo Mayer, and it's a wonderful sounding recording, ride and crash. Listen to that. It sounds so beautiful. Right? So I'm going to grab this section here and copy it to the beginning of our C section. Again, good trick here, put the grid on one bar when you're doing arranging stuff. So that way you don't need to zoom in to see if you're at the right 16th note division. You can just like move things more grotesquely. There we go. Here's our C section. So let's hear it with the drums. Now, something about the transition here is still not quite smooth. And I think the ride, I can't quantize the ride, so I have to just like see if it's consistently late or early, and then move it, try to fix it that way. Breeze. Sometimes it's quicker to just skip the quantization, go straight to warping. Yeah, that's true. I hate it when quantizing introduces more errors than it fixes. I think in this case, though, it was okay. I quantized and then just went and fixed the quantization mistakes. But you're right. Sometimes you just. But you know what happens in Pro Tools? It doesn't put the quantize the warp markers if you don't quantize. So you'd have to manually add the markers. So I think that's why I do quantization first, because then it puts the markers in all the transients. And so here we have to do a little fixing. First, let's hear just the drums and see if that's where the transition problem is. Let's see if I let, all right, we're in grid mode. If I let the first note happen naturally, or the first two, yeah, I like that better. I think because it's kind of a harder hit on the ride, which is nice for the transition. Now let's listen to just the percussion. Yeah, I think I played this ride a little bit late the whole way through. So let's put our quantization back on 18th. See, look at that. Almost all of my ride hits, but at least up to here. Do they get, yeah, they kind of get better after that. Um, so maybe I just need to start here. Let's put the grid on again. And maybe I just need to delete this part where I wasn't playing so well. And we'll actually grab, what do we need? 1, 2, 3 bars. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And copy these over here. There's still a couple of hits are a little off. And here the same thing happens, right? So we want to just copy this one over. Boom. And I'm not even hearing clicks at the transitions because there's not a lot of low end. All right, I think I've done it. So now our C section, as we had originally intended, has the drums playing simply and on time, and the ride cymbal comes in the percussion track. So that, again, the trick here is that if you don't play cymbals, you can quantize stuff. And then you can play the cymbals on a separate track where you really focus on the cymbals and make sure that your timing is right. Because you can't quantize sustained cymbals. They sound like crap. There hasn't been a software invented that I know of yet that can quantize a right cymbal without screwing up the sound quality. All right, let's continue listening to drums and percussion. Mm. I don't love it. I think I need to re-record the right cymbal section. Hi, Charm. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you're listening while you work. That's kind of the idea here. I don't think anybody's really only like intently watching me work. It's like a good background, right? Um, yeah, I'm gonna re-record the ride cymbal here. Now that I've quantized the drums, I think the problem was that I played the right cymbal to unquantized drums. So I'm gonna turn off the vocal mic here and move back over there to the drum set and re-record this whole ride cymbal section. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Like fixing it takes longer than just performing it better. So let's go do that. I'm gonna do it again, but without listening to guitar and bass, so I don't get distracted. right. I hope I did that better. Oh, I forgot to mute. Sorry, folks. You probably heard the cymbals like ridiculously loud. Sorry about that. So we'll go back to here because I did like this little fill I did here. Right now, let's see if I did any better. Um, I also like the little fill that I had done. All right. Now let's listen to that and see if it sounds any better. I think it does. Yeah, you even did a little like bell things. Sounded okay. Ah, Breeze is telling me that Ableton has a way to warp without stretching, which I think is by separating, and then moving. And you can do that in Pro Tools too. You can use something called strip silence to separate by transient, and then you use quantize audio regions rather than quantize elastic time events. But it's a little involved. It's a little time consuming. Um, I've also done it just manually, where literally I go and cut transient by transient. But would you agree with me that this was way faster to just go back there and re-record it better? I think that was the right choice this time. Now, one thing I noticed is that it sounds really good now, just the drums and cymbal, right? However, the bass and guitar now sound off, because probably now that I've quantized this stuff, it's not like slightly laid back like the rest of the human stuff. So let's have a look one at a time. The bass. See, the bass is late now. I think we're gonna need to adjust bass and guitars for only this section, only the C section, where we've quantized. And on Pro Tools, you can't really do quantization on the bass. It sounds like crap. Like low frequencies, it doesn't deal with very well. I'm sure Ableton is better at that too, but do I need to do this manually? In fact, I'm gonna turn off the percussion so I can focus on. Right. Just I don't know. Just these three notes are a little late, and then everything else seems to be okay. So let's just adjust these. Let's see, but then I break up the phrase. Let's see. Ah, that worked. All right. This countdown is a little late too. Right. Yeah. I'm sorry, folks. I know this is the boring part of making things sound, nice and clean and professional. And everybody's excited to see the dub box in action. we go. We're back to the A section. This was quicker than I thought. It was just a couple of notes of the bass. Now let's hear guitar. I think guitar is okay. It was just that those couple of bass notes that were throwing me off. All right, now let's turn off the metronome, and do I really want vibro slap and shakers? I think we don't need them. I think I'm starting to get obsessive. Would it be nice? It would be nice, but it would also be nice to have horns and like three ladies singing and resuscitate Bob Marley to write some lyrics. You know, it would be nice. A lot of things would be nice. So at some point, we need to just weigh our. Is that Erica's synth spring reverb? It is indeed. Big spring reverb on the bottom right. Yeah, that's the Eric synth spring reverb, and we're about to use it. Um, I want to record some Hammond organ, folks. Sorry to say that there's still something before we get into the dub box and have fun with the effects and stuff. Um, but I have this really nifty little keyboard here, which is the Yamaha Reface YC, and it's a lovely organ. It's the best little organ I've ever had. Just love this thing. And right now it's doing a Vox Continental engine thing. Let's go to the Hammond. Let's tune in. Do we want percussion? Yep. Do we want chorus or vibrato? No, we just want the Leslie. Octave down, maybe? It's got its own reverb, which is really nice. A little bit of distortion. Doesn't this thing just sound great? I mean, the other Yamaha keyboard I have here, the CK61, it's newer and supposedly it has the same organ engine. It also has drawbars and Leslie, but for some reason the Reface sounds better to me. I don't know if it's just my perception being warped by wishful thinking, or just the fact that it's red and the drawbars are nicer. You know, they are clicky drawbars instead of just like smooth faders, like on this thing. I mean, this is great for live. It does the job. I wouldn't have to bring this. But here in the studio, I always end up favoring the YC for organ sounds. Again with the Yamaha. Yep, those Reface keyboards are so good. Yeah, man. Yeah, big Yamaha fanboy over here. Let's do. We have clavinet already. The clavinet was also done with. I have great clavinet and organ plugins, by the way, folks. I could be using the Arturia stuff, for example, and that stuff is really great. But I don't know. I'm just an old-fashioned kind of guy. I like to do hardware, man. I like to, be able to modulate my drawbars in real time, and physically flip a switch. I mean, you can do that with a controller too, with the mod wheel for the plug-in. Turn on the Leslie and stuff. But yeah, I love little keys. People complain about mini keys. I play melodica. Melodica has mini keys. Nobody's ever said, "Oh, I want a melodica with full size keys." Come on, it would be like huge. Um, and the air that you need to blow into it. Come on, accordions. Nobody's ever said, "Oh, I want an accordion with piano size keys." So come on, I'm already a multi-instrumentalist. I'm adapting from guitar to bass to short scale bass to keyboard with big keys, little keys, drums, percussion. I can't adapt from large keys to small keys. That's minor compared to my usual swapping of complete mindsets from instruments, and I think people who complain about little keys, and when they say, "Oh, I have big fat sausage fingers," come on, I've seen violin players who are like 6 foot 7 guys with huge hands, and they play a violin like Paganini. Yeah? um. So anyway, excuses, folks. Don't use them. Let's go and open up a track here. We want a stereo audio track called B3. It's not a B3, it's a YC, but we're using the B3 engine in it. And it's on inputs ADAT 7 and 8. We want to make sure that our low latency monitoring is on. Okay. Recording audio, recording MIDI, like dealing with audio more. Yeah, I like dealing with audio more. I was always, when I was a kid growing up, some kids were into sequencers. They would like use the built-in sequencer on an M1, for example, to build their songs. I was always the Tascam 4-track tape recorder guy. It was all fuzzier and more looser and more sloppy. But I just always prefer to deal with audio. MIDI has always been like a necessary evil for certain things for me. Not a big fan. Charm says, "Yes, sounds great the way you play it. Thank you." I'm not, I always thought I was pretty good at playing Hammond organ until I went to a music store in California where my son lives. And the owner of the music store was an actual Hammond player who like knows how to use how to use the drawbars and the switches and the Leslie at the right time and the swell pedal, which I could use too. I do have an expression pedal I could plug into this. And that guy, he played like 3 tunes that he had like down, and oh my God, I was like, I was put in my place. Let's put it that way. I was humbled. I realized that I can pull it off in a production, but there's a lot to learn if I were ever to consider myself a proper Hammond player. Starting with having an actual, dual manual with pedals, with large draw, either a real Hammond or a adequate simulation, like one of those Hammond Suzuki digital ones, or the even the Nord, um, the red one that also is dual manual with pedals. You need a real Hammond pedal um, organ to learn real Hammond technique and playing and stuff if you want to make that your thing. But again, I'm like pretty good at 100 instruments, and I'm only really good on one, which is the bass guitar. Anyway, but that's okay for a producer. You can't, there's only one lifetime. I don't think anybody can really be like a full-on, complete professional pro player on that many instruments. You can be good and musical on a whole bunch, but there will always be specialists. My specialization is the bass. Okay, enough talking. Let's play this Hammond. What? Oh, right. I have that 8-bar count off. That's there for me to walk over to the drums, but I don't need it for the Hammond. Oh, I think my GoPro just ran out of battery. I'm gonna have to plug it in. Oh, that means I've been here for a while, doesn't it? I do have another battery. Let's see if it's charged. Don't think so. It's not turning on. Yeah, I should leave both GoPro batteries charged. So when this happens, I can just swap them. The idea of the GoPro is to have it be wireless so that I can move it around the studio. All right. Ah, got it. Camera connection lost. Got it. Let's record the Hammond. And what I can do is just move my Sony so you can see me play it. There you go. That'll work. Okay. All right, this is going to be competing with the melodica. So we're going to mute the melodica for now because I am going to do a new take of melodica where it's more dub style. It's not going to be so protagonistic. It's going to be more accents. So right now I don't want to be encumbered. And also let me try to be more melodic. Like think of it as the voice perhaps. Or maybe let it do a little just intro before I start with a melody. So we just get in the vibe, in the groove first. Okay, I think up to there it sounds okay. Mm, love to play melodic. Augustus Pablo is the master dub melodic. Yes, he is. Just ordered the Behringer Spring Reverberation 66 for 250 bucks. Why not? Yeah. Reproduction of the game plan type 635. Used by Lee Scratch Perry. Really? You got me listening. I'm not a big Behringer guy, but sometimes they make it impossible to resist, don't they? Um, Let me just go back into the C section, think about something. Maybe here I'm just gonna do the skanking. Oh, that's a different harmony than what I'm doing. Oh, this is so fun. I love playing the Hammond, even if it's a tiny Yamaha reface. So how what am I doing harmonically at the end here? Um, hold on. Uh, Normal. Yeah. Dun. It stays here, then it just goes to the G. So. Oh wait. I'm down here. Right. I'm gonna do that, and then just gonna stay on the A flat for a little bit. Let the Leslie go faster, and then down to the G. Oops. Kind of fudged that lick there. Let's see how that's turning out. this is the phrase that I fudged. Breeze is saying he didn't realize how much we needed the Hammond in the track. Yeah, I kind of dreamt it. I was like, had it in my head from listening to it so much, and the Hammond sound kept coming in, and it is part of that, Bob Marley in England idea. Um, and it's gonna make the melodica find its place. I think the melodica was feeling too busy and too constant, and now it's gonna interplay with the Hammond in a cool way. Because like when Augustus Pablo played it, it was like little licks here and there with delay. He was never really like doing jazz solos on it. Yeah, I'm gonna even give it a little bit of silence here. Almost fudged the lick again. Right, and I think that sounds really nice. I just fudged the end lick here. Let's redo the end lick. Do I want to do like everybody else, or do I want to go just to make it a little bit different? Hold on, somebody's calling me. My wife's starting to get annoyed at my all of my live streaming. Every time she calls me, I'm like, "I'm live, baby." She's like, "Oh, okay." I think I'm gonna do to ding so it's not everybody going. That sounds like a commercial ending or something. Like that. There you go. Nice. I'm done with the Hammond, I think. And we can finally move on to the melodica, which we already did a take a couple days ago, but now we're gonna do it right, and I'm gonna have fun with my new toy, which is my brand new Honer Professional melodica, because I've always been using this cheap plastic Yamaha that does the job just fine, but oh, it's so nice to have a pro one. Let me go get it and set up the mic. All right, that was quick, right? So this is my Pro 73 version 3 Honer melodica. And it's got a little little grill over here where you're meant to put your microphone. So I have my trusty old Blueberry from Blue microphone that I've owned for about 20 years. I think I got it in 2005. So this is original Latvian parts still. And so I'm gonna save this melodic take. I'm just gonna create a new playlist, right? Just in case. What if I'm super uninspired today? I don't think that'll be the issue. Plinio. Plinio's here. Great sessions. One drop reggae today. Yep, like Carlton Barrett. Oh, I wish. Best wishes, my friend. Going to work now. You have a great day, Plinio. Love you, man. Plinio has been my favorite drummer to play with ever since I was a teenager. About 40 years, no, not 40. 40 years ago, I was 10. So let's say 35 years ago, perhaps, when we met. Am I giving up? Am I giving away too much about our age? Okay. So I'm going to mute the talkback microphone again. And do I need to turn on the phantom power? I do, because this is going in. Oh, is it even plugged in? It's not. We're going to plug it in to track 4 of my Behringer ADAT expansion interface and turn on the phantom power. There we go. Now we're gonna no, that's still not making us. Oh yeah, we have to change the input on the interface as well. This is the melodic is now going into channel 4, not 3. Yep, and we're gonna mute the vocal mic here, folks, so you're not blasted with melodica. You hear it in context. Let's start again because it was too soft. The preamp input was too soft. We weren't hearing it. Let's do it again. Oh, maybe also bring it up here. All right, folks, we might be done with the tracking. We might be done with the tracking. Uh, Let me see. There might be a tiny little bit of editing to do here. You all still here? What about what you know about Raz? Um, who's Raz? I don't know anything about Raz. So I would love to hear about Raz. Um, okay, so let me check that melodica. But you know what, folks? Because of the time, I think we might once again have to postpone the dub box. But then that's all we're gonna do. Tomorrow, I'll log in, I'll do the live stream, and we have all the tracking done. Today we did the Hammond, we did the melodica, we did the percussion, we fixed the drums, we fixed everything, and pretty much all that's left to do is the dub mixing, which is going to be a lot of fun, and that'll be it. And once again, it'll be a song that took a whole week to make, which is unusual for me. I'm used to doing one a day, but then again, here I am chatting with you folks, and that takes a lot of my time, but it also makes it a lot more fun and enjoyable and adds value to my endeavor because we now have a record, a record of the process, and it becomes educational as well. It becomes a discussion on um, authenticity, technique, musicality, all of that. It becomes a resource. So I don't mind that I'm taking longer to make these tracks than I normally would. In fact, I thank you, everyone who has been joining me for these. You make it worthwhile. You make it a lot more fun for me to not be alone in the studio. Um, I mean, technically, I'm still alone in the studio, but you know what I mean. Not really, because you are here keeping me company. So let's have a last listen to the whole thing and see if we want to, make room for one or another instrument by editing some things out. And so let's cut out the beginning of the drums here so that it starts. So it starts with this. Right, we're gonna start with that little timbale fill. Let's clean up the. I think the guitar is doing like a little noise here. Let's just clean everything up a little bit. So we have a clean start. Those are little things that I don't leave till the end. I try to, as soon as something occurs to me, just do it. Do it when you think of it, not try to remember later because you're separating, you know, the tasks. No, everything all at once. I think this tan 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 maybe unnecessary. A little out of tune. This melodica sounds so nice. I mean, it's not a huge difference from the Yamaha. That would have probably done the job just fine. Mari, ahí voy, falta poquito, 5 minutitos. No, no, regresando como. Bueno, un sándwich, gracias. Wait, let's listen to that. Yeah, that was better. Leave the space there. There's something about the Hammond here that I don't like. Yeah, the ding this note right here. Let's just cut that. Well, the edit sounds bad on its own, but what if we listen to everything together? Yeah, I think I'll cut this part too. Nice. Here the melodic actually takes a solo. I think this little phrase can go away too. Yeah, so the melodic on the C section, the Hammond goes into a more of comping role, and it's a perfect spot for the melodic to actually take take the front of the stage, take the spotlight, and do an actual melodic solo. Now, the reason the melodica and the Hammond are working the way they are as very like busy is because there are no vocals in this track. This is instrumental, so they're kind of taking turns in taking that role, taking the protagonistic role. If this were a vocal track, then both the Hammond and the melodica would have to take the back seat a little bit more. Hey, Alan Espinosa. That is indeed an unnecessary amount of emoticons. But I appreciate the sentiment. I assume you're very excited to be listening and watching to my song. Breeze, thank you. Thank you for saying it sounds great. Yeah, let's finish this edit. We'll have a quick last listen to the song as it stands today. And tomorrow we're going to start with the dub. We're going to start with the final dub mix, having fun with analog effects, and finish the song. And that'll be this song for this week. So, yeah, basically, I'm doing like a song a week these days. Oh, here's a wrong note. What if I just remove this whole part of the phrase here? Yep. Well, this is kind of clashing with the percussion fill, so let's take it out. This last chord crashed. So we're just gonna remove it. This donna, I don't know this phrase. What if I remove it? Yeah, a lot of these little like spots where I don't love the melodica, when I take it out, it's like a welcome break from it. You hear more of it, what everything else that's going on. So it's fine. Maybe we don't even need this tan tan ta, right? Cool. Yeah, this there's a crash in the percussion that I intentionally played after the song ended, knowing that I would want to splice it in to the last note, and that's gonna help give that last note its due impact. And I think that's all that's missing. It's gonna go right here. Nice. Nice. I think we might be done with the arrangement, folks. All the tracking, most of the mixing, and tomorrow we'll do the dub. So thank you again for joining. Let's have one last listen. Anyone who wants to still hang out, I'll say my last farewells at the end of these 4 minutes and 10 seconds that the song lasts, and I'll go eat something and spend some time with my girls. And tomorrow we'll continue. can't help it when I hear something I want to fix. I was supposed to just be listening at this point, folks, but there's like a melodic note here that I don't like. This one. All right. So as the song comes to a close, I'm gonna use it as background to say my farewells. Hoofjaw, you've been here. I was hoping to see you. Thank you very much for joining. I'm glad you enjoyed the live stream. And I'm sorry. I keep thinking that I'm gonna get to the dub section, and there's always more stuff to do to the song. But now we're really done with all the tracking, arranging, composing, whatever you want to call it, and most of the mixing too, because I do that in tandem with the rest. I'm already always mixing as I'm composing. So that means tomorrow we start the live stream with the live dub, right? Which is great, because then we can focus my efforts on just that, just getting those ear candy, those tasty spring reverb and filtered delay going. So yeah, thanks very much, folks, for joining. I'm so happy to have you here. Hoof just says sorry for being quiet. I've been on nights and my head is a bit mashed. No, that's fine. I'm just glad to know that you've been here. And please, I hope you guys find time to join tomorrow, because that's going to be really fun to do the live stream of the right here. Let me just show it one more time. This is my analog dub box that I put together especially for this song and for you guys. So see you tomorrow. Stay human. Thanks again. Goodbye.